There we go. All right, there we go. Bippity boppity boo. This whole area is straight up a disaster. It's a disaster. Ba, ba, ba. Oh. What up, Sergeant Grass? Hi, Bex. I don't know why you got to be so mean to me all the time, Bex. Listen, why is that still? What is happening? I can't touch my. There. Sorry, I had the Android, the little bar on the bottom with the 3 buttons was stuck on my screen. It wouldn't go away. I couldn't touch the chat button. Dealing with a migraine. Oof. That sucks, buddy. All right. I just need to straighten up a tiny bit because it bothers me. And then we are going to figure out what the hell we're doing. So we're gonna work on the flag thing, flag case. This is done. It's got foots on it, which are recessed in. It doesn't kerfluffle around and get all weird. Weeble wobble. At least not on this table. I don't know. It might on something else. Maybe this table's not level. Who knows? Hey, Charlie, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for popping in. Sorry, just trying to clean out my glue spreader here. So what we're going to do today is we are going to work on the flag case. Like I already said that. And we're going to let the stacks annoy everybody. Since we all know that's the reason you guys come in here anyway. Thanks, Charlie. Appreciate that, buddy. So we made that. Let me get this finished cleaned off. And we'll move on to something else. All right, that's clean. Okay, so let's slide this down here. Down here it weeble wobbles, but up here it doesn't. All right, this is the flag case and the lid. So we got to do a lot of cleanup on this. We got to get it sanded, make it all pretty. Hey, Steph. Both unloaded shopping. With the Linda nonsense, lady. All right. Trying on her bacon outfit. Now, one of the things I'm going to have to do is my bottom board here must have twisted because I am proud on this side, but not this side. And on this side, I'm very proud. So I'm going to have to figure out how to smooth that down because I don't want to be sanding that much black walnut. That's going to be ridiculous. So maybe if I put it in run it through the jointer, and I just put a piece on this side so I don't have grain blowout. That might work. I'm not really sure. Maybe if I ran it through this way, because then, well, I don't know. I don't know. Which side is the least aggressive grain? This side. This side's the least aggressive, more straight. We're going to try the jointer, see if I can't knock that down a good bit. Need to match and bacon that. The inside's nice and smooth. There's just some tape that I got to peel out. And we should be golden here. But we're going to try the jointer thing first. Hopefully, it doesn't go catastrophically wrong. I can't see how this could go any way other than wrong, but we're gonna find out. Got my heat on in the shop today because well, it's kind of cold outside. I think it's cold at night here now. We're only getting up into the low 60s, sometimes upper 60s, but for now, heat is a thing. I'm going to attempt, I'm hoping that with that heater over there, I picked up a little thermostat. Actually, it's my old thermostat from the house. Threw batteries in it so I can have it out here, see what the temperature is, and figure out my thermostat that's on that heater over there. So far, apparently a little less than 2 keeps it around 65 in here, which is significant. The goal is that I won't have to haul finish and stuff back and forth. I just keep all my glues and stuff out here in the shop over winter and not have to worry about freeze, thaw, any of that ruining my stuff. So we are not going to use the back fence. I'm going to keep this away from the fence. I just want to smooth the bottom out. Then we're going to have to go this way. We're going to see what happens. Let's see. How much am I taking off here? Well, not much. Second. All right, we're going to give it a try. We'll make some noise here. This might actually work. Son of a bitch. Apparently, it works to that point. Then once this is straight across, it is no longer happy about it. Which is fine because we're gonna round the corners anyway. We don't want really sharp corners. So, good morning, Patricia. How are you doing? Go see the new addition to the family. Who had uh, who had a baby, or is it a puppy or a goat? Also viable. You know what I need? I need a beverage. It's afternoon. I'm thirsty. Oh, we're gonna use a blue one today. I want everybody to know that my new logo suite, I guess, is done. The designs are all done. Everything's in SVG formats and PNGs, all those other nonsenses that I need. What up, Julie? How you doing? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate you. So that actually worked out really well. That's going to cut down drastically on my sanding. You can see I just had this little section here, but you know what? If you tell, I won't tell. But it did, however, open up a little gap over here. So we're going to fill that, and then we're going to fill these. We'll just plug them. I'll put in a piece of black walnut on both ends. Because I was just going to fill them with CA glue, but I think it looks kind of trashy, and I don't want to do that. So got that. Did it mess with the way it looks? No, not really. Good deal. It doesn't, like, I was just making sure this bottom bar doesn't look like it's a wedge now. You know, thin on one end, thick on the other. No, that actually worked really well. Awesome. Yeah. Julie, how are you and Justin doing? It's hanging out in Justin's live the other day. Was it yesterday? No, it wasn't yesterday. Yesterday was hanging out in Turner's live. I'd seen Justin was live and I popped in and hung out for a bit. I wasn't talking, but I do that a lot now. I just pop into people's lives, leave a thumbs up, and don't actually communicate with them. Was it yesterday? I think it might have been yesterday. I was working on Atlas. Maybe it was Thursday. Man, the days go so fast. Make sure my chat's not frozen. All right. Okay, so what we're going to have to do is I'm going to have to do a boatload of sanding. But before I do that, we're going to trim some stuff down to just get rid of most of, the bits. Like how this spline sticks up above the base. I don't want to have to sand that down. So we're just going to cut it off, get it mostly flush, scrape the glue that overflowed. Okay. We'll do the same thing on the front. that. So if anybody doesn't know what we're doing, we're building a flag display case, a memorial flag display case, right? And we're going to line the back panel here with black crushed velvet. Attach our lid, make everything look super pretty. Put a piece of glass in the lid, which I have in the house, and ship it out. But my new logo is set. I got all that done last night. I broke Atlas. He stopped talking to me. So I was having a hard time figuring out what exactly I did to make him stop talking. Like, I know he talks. The computer, the system thinks he's talking, but he's not actually saying things. So I'm not sure what's happening. But the system that I added shouldn't have affected his voice at all. I'm not sure what happened. Can't wait till Christmas. Yeah. When I start up Atlas, he talks, he says good morning, but he won't give me the rest of the morning briefing, and he won't say anything after that. I did at one point get him to say starting in push to talk mode or starting in wake word mode. But that, when I thought I had fixed his chat, that bit went away, and all he said was good morning. And I got sad. Now, I do have the old version of Atlas. I did save a previous version so that I can go back, but it's a version that has none of the updates. I don't have the database. I don't have... Maybe that's where I went wrong. Maybe because Atlas used to be just one file, but I started breaking Atlas up into, a proper program, not just one monolithic program, but one with a core file, etc. Maybe I got something wrong in that. Maybe that's what's holding me up. I'll have to experiment with that tonight. And unfortunately, I've been building this with ChatGPT's help because I know next to nothing about Python programming. And unfortunately, ChatGPT has been less than helpful in this particular problem-solving endeavor. There we go. Get all that tape out. That glue cleaned up in there. Okay. You know what? I'm wondering, because the problems didn't start until I started incorporating... Until I started moving Atlas from one monolithic program into other programs, because what I want to be able to do is I want to be able to ship 2 different versions of Atlas to people who want it. One that can run on anything and has like no minimal system control, like maybe you can turn on and off a couple of outlets. And the other one being one that's more full-bodied, but it needs a significantly stronger computer system. Atlas and Dan are in a relationship. Yeah. Hey, Trudge, what's going on, buddy? Thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate you. You're on your way to the airport. Hot dog. Um, you know what? Now that I, excuse me, now that I think about it, I bet that's what happened. I bet I moved a file that I shouldn't have moved, or split a file up that's causing an issue but not flagging an error. So since this is relatively, man, I need more sandpaper. We'll have to work on Atlas so he can get me more sandpaper. Just order it automatically. All right, what's this? This is all used sandpaper that I'm a pack rat and don't want to get rid of. Which one's this one? This is 120, 150. There's some 80 grit. So we are going to sand. I know it sucks. The Stex is here to entertain you. Since it's just what you guys like, is the Stex. I'm going to turn that dust filter fan on. And we're going to see how that works. Maybe I won't have to put my mask on. The flight was delayed by 2 hours. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. I'm going to start leveraging the Stex to boost my channel. All right, since y'all like the females for some reason, we're gonna take advantage of that. Yes, I've noticed when the Stex is not here, there are less of you people here. Of course, they are very entertaining. So I don't like arguing with sandpaper. It can be so aggressive. Let me get my mat set up because this is loud as shit. Hey, Steve, what's going on, buddy? He's changing the needs to using. All right, Trudge, have a good one, buddy. Thanks for popping in, man. I appreciate you. All right, I gotta get my mats down so that this stuff isn't just sliding all around, being all crazy. All goofy and loud. See, much nicer. All right, but I got that rough sanded down. Oh, there's a little spot here. A little spot here yet. I need to sand out. That's better. There you go. They got rid of all the planing lines and marks on that side. We're gonna do that on all three sides, and then we'll hit the bottom, and then we'll work on the lid. Hey, Wes. Your big show starting Tuesday? Hell yeah, Steve. So did you say have an elegant day? Okay, so what this is all 45-degree angles. Okay. As we nested the bottom into the sides. We did a 45 miter there, 45 here, 45 there. It's all 45-degree angles. Instead of trying to miter this joint, which would have been a much steeper angle. So you got 90. You're going to put a piece in between. So to match it, you just need a 45 to sit flush with this side and this side. Makes life way simpler. Way simpler. And I think we can all agree that life needs to be as simple as we can make it. What'd Steve make? Lots of lake maps, epoxy hardwood frames. Nice. Well, good luck, Steve. Good luck. I hope you do really well.
don't know if you guys can hear me while I'm talking with the sander. So if you can hear me well, just let me know in the chat.
Can kind of hear you. Okay. How many racks you got from the black powder rifle? This? That's not a black powder. That's my grandpa's old single shot, 12 gauge, and that's the only one that I made for it. Is that rack that it's sitting on? Sounds like you're scuba diving. All right, noted. All right, so this side, because we have the two end grains sticking out, those two parts are going to take the most sanding. Because end grain hardwood sucks. But we're going to give it a try. Get sanded down. It actually didn't
Take that much, surprisingly. The jointer, this is the side we ran on the jointer. So it did a bulk, the bulk. I do have a little piece of tear out.
I do have a little piece of tear out in the middle of this end grain down here. I'm not gonna sand it out. It's too deep. We're gonna fill it with black CA glue once we get down to our final sand, right before our final sand. All right, so we're gonna hit this back side edge here, get that nice and clean, and we're gonna move on to the face, the lid. All right, get that all cleaned up, and then we'll jump up to, I don't know, probably 150 grit, sand the whole thing again, then 180 grit, sand everything again, and then we're going to get this to be exactly the same size, because I made it a little oversized in case my measurements were off or my angles were off, but I made it a little oversized, so we're going to have to work it down to the proper size. Or I do a really heavy round over, and that way it looks like you won't be able to tell that it's oversized. But let me get this side flattened out, the joints here, and all cleaned up. Be right back with you guys. Steph is making muffins today, so you guys can discuss that. Okay, there we go. We got that all shaped out. It's all nice and smooth. Everything seemed, well, I mean, it's 80 grit smooth, so. '80 grit is, well, you guys know, it's one of the most aggressive sandpapers that I use. But there's what she'll look like. This we're going to put a heavy polish on, wax. And that's what she'll look like. That's one side, right? That's kind of a dark side, really. Looks very dark. Now here, from my point of view, it looks very nice. And then this will be the other side. That grain kind of going across the piece. That's pretty cool. Everyone's zoned out listening to the sander. And then the bottom piece is just a regular piece of straight grain walnut. It's got no particular real prettiness to it. It's just regular walnut. Yeah, just regular. All right, so got that. Now we will be doing some router work to this. We're going to be rounding over the corners real good, particularly these long corners, and we're going to be putting around the top a small detail here. We're going to round the back over a little bit, just to soften the edges. But this is the lid. I need to work on this. So again, I'm going to grab my saw and knock off the bulk of this stuff so I don't have to sand it forever. That one's not too bad. Bottom's not too bad. That bottom's not too bad. This side needs a little bit taken off. There we go. There. Knocked out the bulk of that so we don't have to sand forever on one spot. All right, let's clean up the edges, shall we? Hey, there's Papa. How you doing, buddy? May relaxing and calming sanding sound may cause zoning or drowsiness. Yeah. Sorry, I was listening to a live. Must have dozed off. I'm doing good, Papa. Yes, Bex. I think you guys are the only reason that Papa comes in here. He can make all this stuff himself. He just comes in here for the chat. Mats are sliding off my table. There we go. All right, so I got those two sides done pretty good. Let's get the bottom done, and then we can do the faces, and then move on to better sanding. It's got a pink broom. Good lord.
You know what? We're gonna do something.
We're gonna do something. All right. Hey SGO, how you doing? We're gonna start a poll. Um, let's see. How do I want to word this? I don't want the specs to get a big head. Uh, come on, autocorrect. Quit making me look like an idiot. Um, all right. Now how do I? Okay. Awesome. And there we go. We're gonna move that over there. I can't move it over there. I can't see the move it over there. Listen, I know that was two of you that answered that. All right. All right. While you guys play with that, I'm going to go back to sanding, which I know is really everybody's favorite part of the stream. Um, You guys know that the more of you that pick the Stex version or answer are going to just encourage them to show up at the shop one day wearing I'm kind of a big dill shirts, right? That Brunick. Oh, the sparkles hitting the stores. Goodness. Thanks by your vote. Of course it did. Surprised they didn't put bread with muffins will get more. I'm surprised you didn't force the people they want. I mean, fair. I do have a little bit of cleanup in these beveled corners that I got to do, but we're not going to worry about that right now. Let's kind of make sure it sits flat first. Yeah. The bottom, this bottom piece is kind of domed in the middle. Got a bit of a dome right here, so we're going to sand that down. See how that did. Oh, for the most part, got rid of it. We're going to sand a little more between these two areas here. I don't need it to be perfect. I just want it to be close. It's going to have to get sanded down a little more. A little more. Right here. I missed this. There's this little hump right here. That's pretty close. Not terribly off, but I think what we might do to make life easier on me, let's run this through the table saw. And cut it to an exact width. Yeah, that side sits a lot better. Yeah, we might run that through the table saw to cut an exact width. But, well, I guess now would be the time to do it. Hey, Tommy, how you doing, bud? Have a good day, man. Thanks for coming in. Hey, June. You got other shirts in mind? Oh, good Lord. So what we're going to do is we're going to see if I ruin this. I may absolutely destroy this thing, which I'm kind of hoping is not the case. I just want to... What am I doing here? Why is my saw facing the wrong way? I just wanted to do a skim cut on this. Hopefully that works out good. So what we're going to do is cut to there. Yeah. This is probably the worst way to use your table saw, but what the hell, right? Let's see if that had the desired effect. Son of a bitch. Well, that did work pretty fucking good, didn't it? All right. Now, so let's unplug that. Plug the sander back in. A bit of a high spot right here where all this crazy grain is. Oh, you guys are facing the wrong damn way. Only here for the stacks. The fun counts for you too? Really? I wonder if I could do the same thing that I did with the base, but with this. Well, fuck it. Let's see what we can do. Why not? It worked once. It's bound to work again. Right? Maybe. This is what happens when you sand stuff and you don't pay attention and you just sand on one side. You get a low spot. Low spots are no bueno. Low spots make everything unhappy. All right, so there. And if we go to about there. I think it'll work. Let's try it. Fucking great success. I'm pretty good at this. Sorry to hear you're working, Papa. Well, sort of working. Don't worry. Anytime you pop in, sure the Stex will be happy to entertain and amaze. All right, so I'm not going to 80 grit sand this. Well, maybe I will just quick get rid of the saw blade mark. There we go. All right. Here, come on, get off there. Here's what our box looks like thus far. Yeah. Would you just look at it? Just heard that we're amazing. Oh, Lord. It said entertain and amaze. Entertain and amaze. The Stex will now have a large head. All right, so we're going to do some 150 grit. We're going to 150 grit sand, which should be significantly quicker because everything is nice. That's a really nice corner there. 120, 120, 150. I don't care what anybody says, you can skip grits on occasion. I wouldn't skip too much. You're just going to do more work for yourself. But I heard what I heard. You need us somewhere amazing. Thanks, Runic. I appreciate that, buddy. You know what? I would be bored without you, Steph, and I would not have a good muffins. I'd be spending $4 for a terrible muffin. So you're right. You're right. All right, there's some 150 grit. And I think now would be a great time to deal with the overhang. Feel like gluing this down. Well, I don't know. Do I? Let's see. Oh yeah, I have a significant amount of overhang there. I want to get rid of that. All right. So if that is seated there. What is mid pencil? Give me a nice sharp tip. And I don't know rightly how to work this down without just sanding. I suppose I could put it on, I could run it across the jointer. I don't want to have any tear out. At this stage, tear out would be detrimental to the project. That is a significant amount to take off. But so I built this oversized intentionally, so that way I could cut it down to the right size. I wasn't I wasn't I wasn't going to accidentally build a lid that was smaller than the box. Now, this style, you can't really build it together and then cut it apart, because the lid is different, right? The face grain is here, and this is edge grain, and that is, well, not that way. So, all right, let me look at chat here for a moment. Muffins and just for men. Highlights of his week. Yes, the stacks are the highlight of my week. What can I say? Why about making him gray? They don't count if they're covered up. People want a guest appearance. I don't know. You only got 18% that say they're here for you. So, I mean, I'm just saying. Out of 28 votes, I don't know. Seems like 3 people voted for you. 4 people. They're the boring ones who don't interact. That's fair. That's fair. We do have a lot of those around here. Okay. I want to just clean up this little bit of glue I got in these corners. It shouldn't be too much effort. It should just kind of pop right out. In fact, it is popping right out. There we go. Perks of overflowing with CA glue is it cuts really easily. Okay. I'll get this piece done. See what kind of crap I put up with, Runic? See this? They don't know what the stacks are. Should be hung on the wall. Steph, what was that retracted message? What'd you say? Also, I didn't know that you knew how to retract a message. I need a drink. Dealing with the stacks is exhausting. I do, and I encourage it. Thanks, Runic. Thanks, buddy. Women are exhausting. Okay. So I've got that lined up. Let me make sure that my line isn't off, because that would be disappointing. Okay, that's lined up there. Okay, no, I'm still on. All right, good. Double check before I go cutting stuff. Excuse me. Then I think what we're going to do is double side. You know what? What if I double side tape the lid to the box, square on the bottom, and then it's edge grain, so it sands really nice, except for right up here. where it's end grain, and down here on the bottom's where I have end grain coming out. It sand's real nice, so I could, in theory, just go after it with some 80 grit and sand it down. It shouldn't take terribly long. Probably not something you guys want to watch, though, eh? I mean, I could run them on the belt sander, but I'm not sure that I would get a good flat sand. Hell, I'm not sure I'm going to get a good flat sand just by sanding it. And I don't have an edge plane or a hand plane that's sharp. That would be ideal here. Just hand plane it down to size. Always a man. So she said, "You'll never know. I know lots of things you don't know that I know." Really? Or also the silver lining in the storm. Yes, thinking of her. Listen. This would be where a hand plane would come in really handy. But because I don't have a sharp one, try to think of another way to do this. Why do I have it? That's a long cat hair. Why my shirt get dirty already? Well, black walnut sawdust. Hmm. Well, you know what? I could run it on the belt sander, get it down a lot closer, and then double side tape it, sand it by hand. That would probably make the most sense. That way it's not just doing it all by hand. So let me grab my sander, put my damn mask on for this one, because this thing is going to overwhelm that fan filter thing like nobody's business. Yeah. I know lots of things that you don't know that I know. Meh. Nonsense. Also, I believe, yes, I have Wi-Fi off. Oh, for fuck's sake. Sorry, I was looking at all my text messages. Need to put something over my beverage so I don't flood it. Okay, what if I turn this around so that I can actually see my line? When I do this way, and then I'll turn it around when I do this way. Fuck it, we're gonna see what happens.
Sorry, guys. I'm trying not to fuck myself over here. Just need to get it down close. I'll go out with the sander. This side. Getting there. I think we're fairly close. I'll leave that filter fan on high for a moment. All right. That. I really do need to take some time and get my table finished. So I would like it to last and be a completed project. That. There. That there. Okay. So I think that I can double side tape this down, stand it up, and go after it with a hand sander with some 80 grit on it or something. Clean it up and go that route. Just clean all the dust off of it. So the glue sits, or the tape sits on it good. Get the double-sided tape out here. Just throw that right on the ground. All right, let me see what chat's doing. I don't know. Only 20% of them votes. Hand plane. Listen, Robert, a hand plane would be great, but I'm not running out to buy a hand plane right now. All right. I mean, this is exactly a use case for a hand plane. But you know what we don't have? The hand plane. So we're going to make do without.
This stuff is not very sticky today. Not just over here all sliding around, being all sloppy. Fucking hand plane. Always got to be one of you guys. It's a solid idea. Facebook Marketplace. You don't have one? No, I do not have a hand plane. At least, well, I have a cheap one, but it's not sharpened. And I don't ever use it. So I'm not even sure where it's at, to be honest. I thought about just going to Harbor Freight and getting one of those and just calling it a day. For the amount of time that I use one, it doesn't have to be a super fancy one. That's right, I said it. Doesn't have to be super fancy. I'm only using it once in a great fucking while. I'll just go after that with a hand sander and get her work down to size. And then it's already sticky taped on here. I should be able to sand this edge and this edge all at the same time. It does help. Isn't a hand plane a basic tool? Well, it depends on what you're doing, I guess. I know people who have never once touched a hand plane in their entire life. And it makes some really nice product. So it does have its usefulness. Yes. Let's see. That's 150. That's not going to be good enough. Let's switch back to the 80 grit. We got a good bit of material to work down. All I have is Christmas on the brain. Why didn't I think of this before? People in their damn hand planes. You need a hand plane to be a proper woodworker. It's powered stuff now. Welcome to the 21st century. I know, Robert. I got hot. This blade really isn't made for this, but this is what we're doing. I have no idea. I don't know. I wish I could tell you. We should probably just end the poll. How do I end the poll? I don't even know how to end the poll. Oh, drag here. There you go. There's the survey results. Hey, you Stex. You see how many people are in here? I have a feeling that you need to entertain more. All right. This side has a lot less to cut off. A little harder to keep a line. There we go. We can't have chat, so. Woodwork is the only one that isn't you? Wow. We carry the chant. We're the stacks.
What up, bearded bacon? How you doing, buddy? Hey, Rich, how you doing, man? Thanks for coming. Appreciate you guys. We're making progress on the flag case.
Should have did this before I sanded it. Now I got to start all over. Boogered up my sides. It's okay though. Switch to a fresh 80 grit. Go to town.
There we go. Oops, a little hot spot right there. Man, you need a hand plane. Man, just do it the slow way. Fine. I do need a hand plane. Look. What up, Copley?
What happened to the microphone? Hey Dale, this is Black Walnut. And it is quite hard. What happened to the microphone? They also look like chihuahuas? What? Hey, 715, what's going on, buddy? Dingleberry muffins. All right. Is the mic working? Or is it just because of the sanding? All right, now I got to go up, step this up, sand it again. I don't know what fell down over here. Probably this. Yeah. Random aluminum bar I got back there. I need a beverage, and my hand hurts. And it's a little dusty in here. I don't want to get it too dusty in here because without that filter doing some work, because we have open flame heat. So we got to pay attention to that. Now that heater should not kick on anytime soon because it's 70 degrees in here and it's set for 65, but there is a pilot light. So this is what we're making. Flag case. We got her all shaped. We need to round off the corners, finish the sanding, and oh, there's a little scratch right there. A little bit right there. I'll get that out with the other grit paper. Ooh, maybe not. I didn't see that from this angle. Okay, we got most of that out. Now the rest of it will work out with this, with the finer grit paper. What's the temp outside? Oh, it's 65 outside. 70 in here because of all this hot air. Hey, Hubert. Lots of hot air in there. Thanks, Bex. Appreciate that. Much more gooder. All right. Let's see. if I missed any big scratches or anything. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. All right. There we go. One flag case with a fitted lid. Oh, we got a little bit of a high point right there. We can probably sand that if we really want to, but I'm not overly concerned about it, to be honest. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to put marks on here for alignment purposes. And then we're going to separate it. We're going to do some routing. And then we can do our liner. So I need to put a couple of marks on here for the barrel hinges. And we're going to use regular gray pencil lead. So we're going to come in. How long is this whole thing? 26. We come in 6 from each side. We'll be coming 9 from each side. No. Let's go 7 from each side. Okay, so right here we're going to put a hinge. Right here we're going to put a hinge. Because we're still going to sand, again, I'm not worried about putting light marks on, because they're going to get sanded off when we go up to 180 grit. But I do need to make sure that I throw that over there. Oh, I broke my tip. All right, let me talk to you guys. See you, co-play. Hey, Kevin, how you doing, buddy? I don't know what you guys were looking at. I assume you were looking at that. Hey, Bellfire. You hate it that he knew what it was 2 seconds in. Gooder isn't a bestie word. What? Oh, 65 Fahrenheit. I don't know what the fuck a bestie is. You like the pumpkin spice merch collection? Oh, are you talking about the shirt? Yeah. I didn't even think about it, or I totally wouldn't have worn it today. Oh, a different word? Hello, gents, ladies. whatever else you want to be called this week. Hope you guys are having a great weekend. It's almost over, but you know, the reason it can't be great for the rest of the day. I'm going to mark this and then I'm going to stand over here and have a drink because I am thirsty. There's a lot of sawdust floating in the air. All right, and now we're going to mark up here where we're going to put a couple of magnets. So I'm thinking that if I come down 2 inches on each side and put a magnet, that I have 2 magnets up here close to the peak, right? They'll be right about here, one on each side. I feel like that'll be enough to hold it closed. They are pretty strong magnets. They're small but powerful. So we're going to mark here. We'll flip over here. We'll mark here. And we're only doing this so we have some symmetry, right? It's when you open it up, you don't want everything to be all weird, look different. Also, when you're going to drill holes for stuff, it's kind of best if they line up, you know, for like barrel hinges. Tiny but mighty, like Dan's wood. Oh, matching a bandsaw. Yeah, that's what somebody else said. Somebody else said last time I wore this. Tiny but mighty. Small but mighty. I like it. It's the Stex. All right. I think that's all that I have to mark. So I'm going to be transferring these lines to the inside to drill out my holes on both sides. So it'll be 4 little divots that I put magnets in. And then down here, I'll be doing 4 holes for the barrel hinges, which I have right here. I showed them I don't know, last time I was live when we were just shooting the breeze. I think I showed them. These are the hinges that I'm using. They open up instead of just opening up 90 degrees, right? Like most hinges do. These will actually open up all the way. But so one of the reasons that I chose these is it lifts and opens, right? Like it lifts and opens. So I shouldn't need to do too much in the way of chopping out the corner. I'm still going to do a 45 there. But is that last time with a compressor? Oh yeah, that's right. I got my compressor and my bandsaw. They were both rigid. I think that's the only rigid tools I have in here. Gotta get more. Anyway, I'm still going to run a 45 bevel on the bottom edge on both sides, so that way they absolutely clear, because I'd hate for them to not clear after I assemble it. Like those hinges. I've not used them. Yeah, I have not used this style before, where it opens up, you know, all the way around, you know, goes from that to that. But it seems like a good idea. And I've got 4, 8, 12 of them to play with. So I want to do some of those little square jewelry or ring boxes or whatever. I want to make a couple of those at some point. So I feel like just throwing one of these hinges in that would probably be efficient. These are a little heavier. They're a little bigger than a full 1/4 inch, I believe. Where'd my what did I do with it? Oh, it's over there. I believe that they sold in. Yeah, they are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5/8. Yeah, they're 5/8. I believe they're sold in metric. 8 millimeter. Apparently, it's about 5/8. What up, Brian? How you doing, buddy? How's your mom? Thanks for coming in, man. I appreciate it. All right, we're gonna take a little break. Let the dust kind of settle in here. Chat with you. I have a drink, and then get back to work. So while we're standing here, we'll do this. Look at it. Would you just look at it? So I don't know how big of a round over I want to do on these ends. I'm really not sure. I know up here we're probably just going to do like an 1/8 inch round over, but well, good. I'm glad to hear that, Brian. Glad to hear that, buddy. At least she's getting better. Let's see what time it's. 3 o'clock. Goodness. These are weather warnings. 10 inches of snow hits. All right, well, those are mountains. They ain't nowhere near me. Go away. I don't want to. I don't want to see that kind of nonsense. Winter storm warnings. Shit. Nobody wants to see that. If any of you guys are out there getting 10 inches of snow right now, I am fucking sorry. That is nuts. It's only October. Not ready for the warm weather to be over yet. Harvest starts tomorrow. Nice. I am not looking forward to a winter day. This is the time of year that I like. You're in the mid 60s to mid 70s during the day, and then at night you drop down into the 50s. Lately it's been a little lower. That's my favorite kind of year or time of year. The rest of the nonsense can go away. I think it's going to look really nice. I think it'll look really nice. You know what I did not think about? There's like a, what is that? Oh, a piece of grain pulled up. All right, that'll get taken care of on the next sand. What I did not think about was the way the edge grain of the lid looked in comparison to the box. I also didn't have it attached before. So let's see what that looks like. See if it's going to look horrible or not. Well, that's not terrible. Oh, I thought it was falling. I caught it out of the corner of my eye. Thought it was moving. No, that's not terrible. The lid is definitely noticeable, but ideally you'll be looking at it this way for the most part, so it really doesn't matter. Ideally, that's how you'll see it. And the box is really kind of not what matters. It's what's inside that matters. But have that all wiped down. We'll pop her apart, transfer our lines. I'm gonna finish my drink and we're gonna get started. And I got to find out from Michael if he wants me to put a hanger on it, if he's gonna set it somewhere. If he's gonna set it on something, I can put two little runners on the bottom like this. The two little runners on the bottom and one on each side. That way they act as kind of feet. So do you guys know what they typically make memorial flag cases out of? What wood they typically use? Do they typically use cherry or oak? I don't know that I've ever seen one on display anywhere that was made out of black walnut or maple. I want to say that most of them are cherry or oak. We're going to get back to work here in a minute. Calm down. Everybody running away. It's fine. Steph, you still in here? You need to make one for your retirement flag? Well, choppity chop, man. What's taking so long? Hey, John. So I'll make you a deal. I'll give you that in the morning if you have a pack of muffins available for me. Nobody wants to watch a shoulder drink their can. Hey. We're looking at this and the can. Also, after I give it to you, I fully expect you to make noodles on it. I mean, it is a noodle board. Primarily a noodle board. The cheese jail is a secondary product. Right? Primarily noodle board. Though I was thinking about it. So here's the rub with this. If you're using it as a cheese jail and you set it down, that means you're going to be setting it down on that entire face, right? Which I guess is fine. But depending on what you're setting it down on, rubbing it around on, you're going to chew that face up. So I might have to, but I don't want to put feet on that side because I want it to be flat. So I'm not sure. I might have to try up or make some sort of a holder, maybe. Yeah, some sort of a stand to set it on so you're not chewing that side up. It's got dust on it. Feet will hide any movement. Well, the feet are on this side. So the feet will sit like right there's the feet. They sit on the stove. I'm more talking about this side because we don't want to put feet on here because this is actually going to get used for dough. So trying to have it as, hey, Tracy, thank you. That way there's less space for, stuff to grow that shouldn't be growing. Also, I mean, that turned out pretty fucking cool, didn't it? So I may have to make a stand. Maybe just a simple triangle stand. I mean, even something, shaped like this that goes, or, I got it. What if I just cross two boards, half lap them in the middle, put feet on the bottom of those boards, and the boards extend out to the edge and then have a little lip on them. I mean, it's going to limit what you can set it on. You're only going to be able to set it on something that is however far apart the feet are. But I can move the feet in pretty close, say dinner plate distance. I could probably do that. I think that would work. What do you guys think? Yeah, kind of like a stand. And that way, when you set it down, I can put some felt, right? So I'm thinking like this, right? Like you got your cross, you got feet down here to sit on the, probably in here to sit on the countertop or whatever. This is half flat together, so it's flush. And then out here on the ends, you got a little nub that sticks up that can cradle the stove cover, the board, right? So like this, and you got feet here. And on the side that goes against this, I could put in a piece of felt or maybe crushed velvet or something. Even little felt dots, little sticky felt pieces. So that way the felt is what's against this, and you're not going to be tearing it up as much. Then make a table with long legs for the stand. But this is turning into a thing. This is turning into a whole thing here. I don't know if I like this anymore. I try to do something nice so you don't ruin the board. Now I'm going to make a table. No, you get the stand, you get the crossbar stand, and you put it on one of those folding TV dinner tables. All right. Bam. Problem solved. You like it? All right. So we got to pop this thing apart. We got it marked. Sure, our marks didn't go away. Oh, they're still there. Those ones are still there. All right. Let's pop this apart. See if we break it when we pop it apart. There we go. A little bit of glue stuff got stuck, transferred on there. So I've noticed that I don't transfer any glue from this double-sided tape that I use unless it's warm. So because I didn't have like real proper heat in here before, I may have to get another double-sided tape. But it only seems to transfer when I pop it apart. Because peeling it, I'm not transferring anything. Or I'm not leaving behind any glue. Also, it sticks better when it's warm. It sticks really well when it's warm. All right, now we need to transfer our lines to our middle. Let's put stuff away instead of just setting it on the. Yeah. Where'd my pencil go? Oh, put it away. I need to sharpen this again. I need to pick up some mechanical drafting pencils or something. Like 05 lead, 07 lead. I mean, the Pico style is nice and all, but I can get mechanical pencils that have a long tip. Hey, Dan, what's going on, buddy? You're not when you're hungry. When am I not when I'm hungry? I'm always hungry. I'm a growing boy. Always hungry. Okay. 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 And then we'll find center in those and whatnot. But first, we need to transfer our lines on this piece. And we're not going to break out the drill press. We'll just drill them by hand. There's really no need to break out the drill press for this, I don't think. None of them are going particularly deep. But we're gonna mark where our holes are gonna go. Then we're gonna do our routing. You know what? Maybe I should drill our holes before I do the routing, and that way I don't have to worry about it. Rub off this sticky stuff. The nice thing about it is it just rubs off. So maybe I don't need to find better double-sided tape. There's another brand that I had, and I thought I had a couple of rolls where it didn't have any like it was basically double-sided packing tape. It was super thin. You could see through it. And man, was it sticky. It was some of the greatest stuff ever. But I'd have to go through my Amazon list. That's where I got it. And see if I can find it somewhere. I do have to fill that. When I ran it through the table saw, I opened this up. Where's that? Oh, it's that sticky stuff. Missed that spot. And I got to fill that. Well, I mean, I don't really have to fill that, but I'm going to. I'm probably just going to fill it with brown CA glue, call it a day. Same with this side. That dip there. Like, it doesn't go through all the way to the front, which is what matters. But I'd still like it to look nice. There's a spot there I have to fill. I got past my fill when I cut it and sanded it. But the face is really nice. The face worked out really nice. So, oh, there's a little spot there I'm going to fill. I don't know if you can see it right there. Right there. Just little imperfections. You're editing? Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Sorry to hear that, buddy. All right. Now, we need to find the middle. So we're going to mark that here. So right there is the middle. Let's see how this one lines up. There's the middle. What I really should do is make a center finder jig. They're super easy to make. And I do need one. So I probably should make one. Okay. Those ones are all marked in the center. So we should be able to mark wait a minute. Those pieces are wider than these pieces. So center to center is not going to line up. I need to come in. Yeah, those pieces are wider. I mean, not by much, but enough. All right. Oh, scratch that. How about I just do this? I come in from the edge. Three-eighths of an inch and call it a day. That, everything be at the right spot. Conveniently, it is 3/8 of an inch. This one is not. All right. We got to go to that line, go to that line, the bottom line, that line. All right, there. Now everything will line up. All right. Now I'm going to need a route. So here's what I want to do. I want a slight reveal here, where the lid meets the case right here. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to route the box, not the lid. No, I'm going to route both of them. I'm going to route both of them. And then when I get to the bottom, I'll deepen the reveal a little bit So that way I can account for any hinge that needs to happen. And then once we have it assembled together, I'll throw in a couple of pieces of tape to hold it together, and we'll do all of the round over on the corners. But before we assemble it, I'm going to line the inside. So I need to create, and I need to run a tiny little round over on the inside just to break the edge. Not on the inside of the lid, but the inside of the box. So what I need is 45, which is conveniently already on here. Oh, I need my emotional support pickle pin. This is going to have to come down way farther. I only want a tiny round over, or 45. That actually may work out really well. Push it up just a little bit. There we go. All right. And I'm just going to freehand it because I think I can maintain it on here. I'm not going to worry about gluing a piece to my gluing a piece to this wouldn't do me any good anyway because of the way I'm doing it. So we're just going to freehand it and see what happens. Worst case scenario, I end up building another one. Need a brass inlay around the seam. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. But I don't have a brass inlay. Now, I could do a brass inlay. I'd have to go get a piece of sheet brass. That would be pretty cool. But we're going to do this. Okay. Tiny little reveal. We'll readjust it for the bottom after we do the top. We're going to make the same thing on the top. There. So it's not really a reveal. It's I don't know what you call this. Just get this little decorative piece here. Right. It serves no purpose other than decoration. Just a cute little line. Hey, Jose. Making a double batch times 2? So you're making a quadruple batch? Also, your second batch of the banana muffins, you go ahead and throw them in the freezer for me. I won't mind. Now, for the bottom, it won't open flat. No matter what I do, you won't be able to open it flat. You'll have to lay it down to open it or have it hanging on the wall. So I'm thinking that if I go a little bit deeper, I can make up for as long as I'm not in. I think we'll be all right there. We'll give that one a try first. We'll dry fit our hinges first. Think that will give us the room we need. Hopefully. We're going to find out. So because it does lift up and out, I feel like that might actually work out. Like I said, we're going to have to dry fit our hinges and make adjustments as necessary, but I think we can figure it out. All right, so the magnets will be put in with CA glue. It's got these tiny little 1/4-inch magnets. All we're going to do is drill a little hole. And these hinges we're going to line up with a drill bit. They've only got to go in. I don't know, 1/4-inch? How far in do they have to go? 3/8 of an inch. So 5/16 by 3/8. 5/16. 5/16. All right. 5/16. I only got to go 3/8 deep.
lift up as they push out. So hopefully this works. Make sure I got plenty of depth here. Yeah. Don't want to drill all the way through the lid. That'd be annoying. Then you'd be seeing that sticking out the bottom of the black walnut. Well, that would be unfortunate. All right. So, let's see. Oh, look at that. I have brad point drill bits that match these sizes, hopefully. It should be. I just grabbed a set of brad points from Harbor Freight because I seen they had them in there one day when I was in there. I don't know, grabbing. It looks like it'll fit pretty nice. One day I was in there grabbing clamps and stuff. Looks like that'll fit pretty nice. Good. So I picked up a little 7-pack. I wanted to see if they were any good. They had a bigger pack, but I didn't want to grab them if they were no good. So we're gonna find out if these are. I mean, they're Brad Point drill bits. I can't imagine. Super terrible. All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna throw a little tape flag on there. I don't have to go very deep at all. Like that is probably too far. But it'll leave some room for some CA glue in there. That is too far. It's about twice as far as I need to go. That. Putting tape on it is a bit annoying because the tape catches the sawdust, the drill dust, whatever you want to call it. All right, there's those. Let's do the same here. On that one. Okay. First impressions, they're drill bits. They work. They leave a nice clean hole so far. All right. I don't know. Does anybody else use the Harbor Freight Brad Point drill bits? Is my chat frozen? I know the Stex is not just not talking. Or they are. Holy shit. The Stex is silent, guys. What the fuck happened? All right. I just want to put a little mark there before I put my tape on. All right. All right, let's get our tape on here. We're going to leave these hinges right at
About there. Yep. About there. All right. With a little tappity tap, that will slide in there. I guess we're not going to be dry fitting it. Oh, it's all right. We'll find out what happens, I guess. All right. I didn't punch through with the tip. So hinge is not a keyword I listen for. Beck's over here trying to sound like AI now. Only listening to keywords. Well, since nobody's talking, I'm going to go ahead and assume that I'm the first person to ever use Harbor Freight Brad Point drill bit. So we will evaluate accordingly. Oh, I got pizza. So before we put anything together, we're going to line this. And stand off our pencil marks. Those are too big. Where, oh, where, oh, where? I can tell you that if you're using 1/4 inch dowel, those are going to be very tight. But they'll fucking align. All right, we're going to do this. Chop a couple of little pieces. Put that in there. We'll put that one in there. All right, those still line up. If I pull them all the way down, I get about the same reveal. Push them all the way up, I get about the same reveal. Yeah.
I gotta step outside, kill some grass. I'll be right back. All right. All 12 of you, appreciate you hanging out with me. Sunday, it's a busy day, I know. But give me just a minute. I'll be right back. I have returned. Excuse me. Pardon me. Only 7 of you left now. Jeez Louise. At one point, we had like 50 people in here. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. So we're not going to have a whole lot. I think this is going to work out just fine. Okay. Let us get rid of our pencil marks. And then we will line it. If I have my spray, we'll line it. Make a cardboard template. So we're going to get rid of our pencil marks. We aren't going to final sand yet. So we'll just take it up to 180. 220 will be our final sand. We will final sand before we assemble. And I guess I will use the foam pad. Anybody who's just popping in here, all I'm doing is like getting rid of all my pencil marks, taking it up to 180 grit so I can get ready to finish assembly. And then once it's all assembled, we'll take it to 220 as one unit. Now, the only thing I'm not going to be doing is we are not putting the glass in today. I need to get points, glazing points. But I also don't want to put the glass in until I get everything finished. Get the finish on it all, then I'll put the glass in. That way I don't have to take the glass off. I can get full coverage everywhere and not have to worry about it. I also need to do any of the fill and imperfections and impurities before we do final assembly, which we're going to do with C anyway.
That'll go pretty smooth. What I can do is I can put the magnets in. I know this is some of the most exciting stuff you've ever seen in your entire life. Watching me slow motion build the flag case, but you'll have to be patient because I don't do anything fast. Everything I do is pretty slow. There's some scratches on that side. So I think we're about done with that portion. The only stuff we're going to sand really is going to be the outside edge and the outside face. But we need to make a stop here out of probably cardboard so that I can insert it into here, spray the adhesive in there without spraying the wood. Hey, JFL, yes, this is Black Walnut. And help your wife carrying groceries? That's a squeaky door. You talking about my front door? Or my shop door? Yeah. We were supposed to be building a new door, and I ended up using all the wood for other stuff instead of building a door. So I'm going to build a new door, but it's going to be a different style. I'm going to make it out of pressure treated lumber. And it's probably going to be that does, I can dry fit that. Okay. But it's probably going to be, I don't know if I'll be able to get it out, but I can push it in. It's probably going to be built out of like 2x8s, 2x10s, 2x12s, something. And all I'm going to do is a vertical slat system held together with um, held together with tenons that run the full length of the door. Well, I mean, I could tap those into place. I don't know if I want to, because I don't know if I'm going to get them out. But if I don't dry fit, then if I hammer it all together and find out I can't open the door, well, I'm kind of stuck. But it does lift up. It lifts up and away. So I think we'll be fine with this extra bevel we put down here. I think it'll be fine. And we only needed to open about 90 degrees. It doesn't have to loop all the way around, and it won't. It won't loop all the way around. Goodness, not sure I can get them out now. There we go. All right. So let's make a, first of all, let me see if I have my spray adhesive out here. That's kind of key. Excuse me. Yep, I've got it out here. All right, we're fine. All right, let's make a pattern. Oh, we've got a beer box. I think we'll be fine. We can make it out of the beer box. The only thing I have that's thin cardboard. We need to spray it and let it tack anyway. So I don't really have anything else that's thin. Oh, I need my razor knife. Yeah, that'll work. Good. So pull this out, this down here, pull this one out, put it down here, fold this up, get rid of it for now. Hey, Runic, thanks for popping back in, bud. Yes, it is black walnut. I don't know what flag boxes are typically made out of, but ours is black walnut. So I need to measure how long of a piece I need. Grab a straight edge. I need a piece that one. I've got to come to about here. Probably not ideal thing to do on my nice shiny new table, but it's gonna get worked on anyway. That was the whole point in making one like this, so I can flip it if need be, and or replace it. All right, so about there for the first piece. Yep, pretty close. All right, let's move that up there for now. Cut this off. And if I run out of this, I have more. Imagine that. I just have to empty one. So anybody who's just popping in, what I'm doing now is I'm cutting cardboard down to make a pattern or a blocker. I wanted to use thin cardboard so I can get the glue right out to the edges. Where did I mark it at? Right there. So I got to come in about a 1/4 inch from there. Let's go to right about there. Double check that. Okay. All right. Now, convenient. Well, I think I'm gonna have to grab another one. Well, if we come down a little bit more. Like that. Try this. Cutting right into the table. That's always good for it. Oh, gotta thin that down a little bit. Shorten that up a little. But there's piece one. All right, let's shorten that up just a nudge. Not much, just a bit. Flip it over. There we go. Little fold over for a shield. I don't think I'll need a second one. I've got plenty here. So we're gonna go about there. And about there. for this one. All right. Focus on the website. Hell yeah. Cardboard cutout techniques. Yes, sir, Reaper. We're going to create ourselves a mask. So that I can spray. Oh, look at that. I need that other piece. Right there we go. So that I can spray contact adhesive in here and not spray it on the wood. That's the idea anyway. But still get full coverage inside. And since we have to let it tack anyway, we'll be able to spray it fairly soon and get that liner put in. But we got to get the liner cut out first. Where's that? There it is. Can't remember if I like the 77 set or Super 77 spray or not. I don't remember. Peel the stuck glue out of the tip. All right. All right. So we got that masked. So set this over here. Slide this down. Break out the scissors, which are right here. Nice set of Westcott titaniums. All right, clean this off so we can get out the let's put the router away. Get some stuff cleaned up here so we can get out our fabric. All right. So let's look at our options. I think that I want to go with black, but let's look at our options here. Black, purple, white, red, blue, and green. That's good enough. I've also got purple velvet, but I haven't worked with that yet. This is crushed velvet. So, what do you guys think? Which, hey, two dudes, what's going on? Which one should we use for the liner of the flag case? Right? I'm kind of leaning towards black myself because that way, if the flag falls down a little bit or it's folded tighter, you're not going to see, white or anything around the edges of it. You think blue? Blue. So the things that I was thinking was either red, blue, or black because red and blue are on the flag. I don't want to use white because that would look weird if there's a line of white. All right, so our options. All right, we're going to do this. We're going to do a poll. We'll let a poll run for a few minutes. What color liner? I will do black, blue, red. I mean, I guess we could do white. We'll put white up here too. White. Why did all the other ones capitalize, but white did not? Move that over here. All right, we'll let that run. We'll let that run for a bit. So, yeah, that was my logic is black because then you wouldn't see it past the flag if the flag fell down. But red and blue are also on the flag. I mean, so is white, to be honest. But I feel like if you've got this strip of white, the flag falls down and you got this strip of white going across the top corner, it'll look a little goofy. Whereas the red and the blue will kind of not look as bad. All right, so we don't want these three colors here at all. Purple, the magenta, or whatever. These are our options right here. We'll do it this way. So I'm going to have a drink, chat with you guys for a minute, and then we'll end the poll. I don't know if you guys can make the poll go away after you answer it, or is it always just here, blocking everything? Yeah, Orami, that's what I was thinking is then you're not going to see a space or a color. Clean the dust off my screen. Hey, Matthew. Already drinking apple pie? Yep. It's always there unless you're typing. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, walnut and purple go well together. We'll say rum. Or are you talking to the other Dan? That must be the other Dan. God bless it. I'm leaning towards black. I really am. I don't like the white. I really don't. I think white is too much. So, and nobody else likes the white. Hell, nobody likes the red either. But I feel like the black and the blue are the two darker ones. I mean, the red could work too, I guess. But if you want to look at the white, here's white. White. All right, so we're going to finish our drink here. Let the poll run for, I don't know, 3 or 4 minutes yet. And okay. I'll look for it. I haven't seen one thus far, so I'll look for it. Black or the white or fire. Yeah, the white would look really good. But if the flag, like I said, if the flag falls down, or it's tightly folded, then you have this strip on the top corners. I don't know if I like that idea. I think I'm leaning towards black. Chat seems to be leaning towards black. No, it's for Michael Grumpy Vet. He's a buddy of mine. I don't know who the flag was originally for, what branch. I believe it's a Friends memorial flag. I'm not sure. And if I had to guess, I'd say Army. I mean, I guess, Army Marines green would look nice if it fell down, but no. Yeah, we're leaning real hard towards that black. We'll let us get up to I don't know, 15 votes or so. So another 2 minutes or so. See what happens. Branch colors. Yeah. But ideally you'll never see the background. Yeah, Grumpy's cool as fuck. He's a good guy. And the only green I have is this bright green. Right. That's I'm now when it's inside, like it changes. You get crushed velvet, right? So it looks darker and stuff. But yeah. Yeah. Snail mail's a thing. Or if you're like me, the mailman sees your fucking name on something and just throws it in the goddamn trash. Excuse me. Shook that bag. All right. And dust flew right up in my face as I was breathing. All right, we're up to 11 votes. Oh, we got somebody going red now. Ah, dang. Now, this is crushed velvet, so, I mean, that's the only fabric that I really like to work with when I'm doing liners. I think it looks really nice, and it feels nice. And it's easy to work with. All right, I finished my drink. I'm going to grab a new one, and we're going to end the poll. Looks like we're going with black, unless we get a bunch of votes. So we'll get it cut out. Yep. Looks like black. Got up to 11 votes. It's long enough. I go to Hobby Lobby and buy it when they have it on sale. And like I think each one of these was originally a yard or 3 yards. So I can't remember. But yeah, we're gonna go with black. There's our poll on the community page. Nice. All right, so it looks like we chose black. I think that's a good choice. But this is all pieces of this stuff, and one big chunk of actual purple velvet. It's not crushed, just. But I've never worked with it, so I don't know. But it is super dark, very nice feeling. Oh, I guess I got 2 pieces. I must have had them split it into 2 pieces. I wish you guys could see the color on that. Like, let's see if I can get it to reflect the light. Excuse me. But I haven't worked with it yet, so I don't know. I got to do a test run to see if my glue process is gonna work or if I need to change it up in order to make it work. But you go here. Oh, give me that. So when I put this in, I can run a razor knife around after it's all dry. I can run a razor knife around it and trim it. So what we're going to do is we're just going to cut it to, I can trim it and tuck it. Get it, all the wrinkles stretched out of it here. I think that'll be okay. Where's my scissors? Over here. So I'm going to cut it a little big. And as you can tell, I'm not at all concerned with. You could have just used the corner since the point of this is 90 degrees. We've got so much of it. And I don't really care. And it's pretty cheap. It's like, you buy it on sale, it's like $3 a yard or something. And it doesn't really take much to do a project. You know what? I think I'm just going to run that with the razor knife. See how that works out. Nope, I don't like that. It just pulls the fabric. Also, the very edge of it is just rolled up, and depending on which edge you use, it doesn't. It's just like weird fabric. So, all right, ball that bag up, throw it back inside the bag. Get this tied back up so we don't fill the bag with sawdust or sanding dust or whatever. Apparently, people on the internet are extremely literal. When you say, "Oh, use sawdust," they go, "Man, it's too big of pieces. You need sanding dust, 220 or higher." Man, fucking idiots. Wood glue and sawdust is a lie. Stand by it. Don't give a shit what anybody says. Still sticks out like a sore thumb. It's just prettier. Your wife made banana muffins this morning too? Hell yeah, Dan. Hell yeah. I can see that Steph is going to be posting on the community page, probably on a weekly basis when she gets pretty muffins. All right, so there's our liner. Oversized, which is perfectly fine as long as perfectly fine as long as we make it work. Waxed? Waxed what? Still cranky? What? Still cranky about what? What am I cranky about? Or what is who cranky about? Oh, the birdie muffin waxed. Oh. We're going to put a good amount of adhesive in here. Ah, it's on me. Okay. There's that. We have adhesive in there. Now, I'm going to turn it upside down. Make bond while adhesive is tacky. So it's got to be tacky, but not wet. We don't want it to be wet. So we'll use these cardboards here. Okay. Boy, I hope I don't fuck this up. That'd be embarrassing. Why is this not adhering? This is tacky. because I pressed it down. I've got those wrinkles. That's right. I didn't like the Super 7.7. I like the purple lid. I may just pull this out and redo it with the purple stuff. I don't like this at all. This isn't staying. We'll give it a few minutes to dry, since I can't trim it right now. We'll see if the purple lid stuff is more like contact cement. Once it's no longer wet, it is super sticky. But there's the gist of it. Looks like I got a wrinkle right here, but it's not. See how those lines go? Looks like there's a wrinkle, but there's no wrinkles. I promise there are no wrinkles. May have to put a little drop of CA glue up there in the corners, because my cardboard spaced it out just a little bit. Oh, maybe that's why I didn't like this stuff. Maybe I had to, for the 777, you had to spray both surfaces, and that doesn't work for fabric. Not this fabric. We're going to find out. We're going to find out. I got my purple lid stuff in here, too. If need be, I'll just open it up and redo it. Or I'll pull it out and redo it. Excuse me. All right. We'll give this a minute. Make sure I got it good. Good bond. But I may still have to put in. Oh, there is a wrinkle right there. Oh, son of a bitch. Yep, got it. I think I put that wrinkle in there just now. All right, we'll give it a few minutes to dry. We'll see if it's going to be the way that it's supposed to be. If not, we'll put the masks back in and respray it with the other stuff. If you spray this fabric, it'll saturate the fabric, and then you lose the feel and the look on the other side. So now, normally what I do is I cut an insert, which I should have done with this. I'll cut a thin foam insert, spray that, stretch the fabric on it, and then insert that in. Which, if this doesn't work, I could still just swing by Hobby Lobby tomorrow after work and pick it up, because I don't have any more that's this big. Which is disappointing. But it is what it is. So, guys, what kind of stuff you guys got going on this coming week? Might as well jibber jabber while we're waiting on this to see if it's going to hold, or if I'm going to redo it with the other stuff. Or, I mean, I could just cut a piece of that wood backer right there, cut a piece to fit, do that, spray that, and stretch it over this. That would work. Doesn't have to be the foam stuff. Hey, two dudes working on another of them baptism chests. Nice. No, dilly-dallying and Hobby Lobby. I work tomorrow, so I won't be able to go until, I won't get there until 5:30, 6 o'clock. Though, Steph, if they have a, if you do go and they have a piece that is that black foam board, it'd have to be at least 16 inches square. Right, so that's a 90-degree angle. So if it was a 16-inch square, then it'd be 16 inches out this way and that way. Might also work. Yeah, whatever. You gonna go buy your baking outfit this week? Working on your next video, you're gonna build a router cabinet? No shit. All right. Tomorrow's a big day for Steph. Yeah. She's gonna get that tomorrow. I'm gonna drop it off in the morning when I'm stealing muffins. You got the website dialed in? Hell yeah. Get after it, buddy. I work on my website a little bit at a time. I got pictures of that. I've been going through pictures of stuff so I can post some up there. I'll take glamour shots of this. You didn't do lives last week? I could swear you did live streams last week. Although the weekdays kind of run together. Although I've noticed your lives are just wood turning now, turning pens and stuff, which gets views, so good for you. A single one? Yeah. How long do you think I should leave this wait before I try to peel it out? Because if I can peel it out easy, that means it's not going to hold up, and I don't want it. My other stuff doesn't peel out. Making sock for the shop. Yeah, that's fair. What's at 10:30? Also, Steph, what'd you make for dinner tonight? Really? The fuck is it 10:30? Oh, I know it's at 10:30. All right. What are you making dinner tonight? What am I having for lunch tomorrow when I come to your house to steal your leftovers? What do I want for lunch? Uh, something that you make. Steph lives like, I don't know, 8 minutes away from where I work. So it's super efficient for me to just drive to her house and steal her food. What do I want? You have to go to the store. Oh, you didn't do your weekly dinner plan yet? You know what? Tacos one day would be nice. Or burritos. I like burritos better than tacos. That's the worst answer ever. Hey, I mean, it does stick. It's just not very firm. I don't know if I like it. Although maybe it's just drying now. We'll give it some time. But it needs to stick really good for me to trim it proper. So it better fucking pick up the sticky pace. Otherwise, I'm gonna cut a piece of this right here, put this shit on it, and slot it in. Oh, I do have this piece of 1/4 inch ply right here. That'd be. I won't have to break out the big old piece. I could do that. That's a simple, easy to do cut. Maybe I'm gonna cut. I might cut this and man, I get the hiccups now. God damn it. I might cut this anyway and just prepare for it to not work. And then I can just fasten it in. All right. I need to connect that line to that line, and that should drop right in there. Theoretically. Ugh. So fucking much work reaching for that. Now, how do I cut it? Probably just use a little battery operated circular saw. Just cut it off. Set this over here. And then we'll wrap this with another one just in case. Just in case I don't like it. Yeah, we can just use a battery operated saw. Cut that. I'll clamp this side. Eating tacos. Listen, burritos are just soft shell tacos. Soft shell tacos. Well, that's fine because Will is always late coming out of work. So goodness. And I can wrap the fabric around this if it fits in here. Whoop, almost dropped it in there. It's a tight ass fit. Let's make that a bit smaller. I'm going to run the sander across this side, make it a little bit smaller. Oh, don't drop in there. All right, drop this there. I do need to make it just a nudge smaller. Son of a bitch. Be a little more than a nudge so I can get the damn thing back out. Okay, I need to make it nudge smaller. A little bit smaller. Papa, still here. So we put a liner in here, Papa, but I don't like the glue that I used. Ooh. Ooh, that's oh. You know what I think I'm gonna do is, what if I knock that little corner? Ah! Oh no! Dropped it. Get back. Oh no! I made it fit too good. There we go. Woo! All right. So all right. Damn it. Come on. Stay. You stay there. All right. I need to from about here up. I need to make it a little bit smaller so I can account for the rat. All right, let's see if that did it. Let's see if that did it. Oh, no, I got a little bit in the middle. I want to drop. Oh, shit. Little bit right in the center here. That needs to get worked down. All right, let's see what that did for us. Oh, that is super close. Hey, I can press fit that. All right, good. So what we're going to do is I'm going to try to figure out how to get that out of there now. And then I'm going to wrap that. I got rid of the corners so that I could get something in here. All right, I'm going to wrap this with fabric. And we're going to put that in there. If that doesn't hold. Which I really have no reason to believe that it will hold. Plus, I don't know. That's what I should have done in the first place, I guess. Stretch it out. Pull it taut. Roll her in place. Be good. Flock? No, I don't. Fuck flock. No. I do crushed crushed velvet. It's the only thing I ever use for liner because well, it's the only thing I like. Look at that. That'll be beautiful. All right, so we'll cut this out a little on the big side so that I can stretch it proper. I can grab a good amount of it on the sides. And I can wrap it if need be. All right, ball that up because it doesn't matter. It doesn't wrinkle. And if it does, who cares? We stretch it out anyway. And I'm only doing this one just in case that other stuff doesn't actually hold. If it does hold, and I didn't need this one, well, good for it, I guess. The final for the poll, which one? The color or who? Why do people come in here? The Stecks have decided that every one of those answers was them, except for the woodworking. So they took control of that poll. They said it was them. The fun, the chat, the Stacks, all that. So it's obviously them. Troublemakers. Yep. 100% the troublemakers. All right, I'm going to spray this over here so that I don't spray it on a bunch of other stuff. Now, what this allows me to do is once this stuff is dry, still don't want it wet. Always win, if you say so. Make sure I don't have any wrinkles. And I can just take that, flip it over, press it down, and stretch it. That way I don't have it accidentally contacting anywhere. Yep, still got to wait a minute. Yeah, I like the purple top stuff better. This stuff, way better. But you still don't want it to be wet, wet. I mean, what I could do is I could pre-stretch it while I'm waiting for that to dry. We could do this. know if the stuff will stick good enough. I am significantly oversized. I should be all right. No, that piece didn't stay. No, this one won't pre-stretch. Damn. I don't want to use anything other than masking tape. But it looks like our stuff is about dry, so we don't have to worry about it. Let's get our wrinkles moved out. That's so sticky. Look at that. Much more gooder. That's a good firm rubbing. And then we'll flip it over. Let's put some weight on top of it to hold it down a bit. What do I got that's heavy? Eh. All right, there we go. Anyone who voted against the stacks has a curse on them. So, like I said, that'll be our backup if this doesn't work. I forgot which adhesive was better. And I'm not liking this at all. But we'll leave it in there. We'll leave it try. Biscuits are heavy. Oh, this is the... Oh, yeah. Yeah, if I had a stack of biscuits, I could put the biscuits in the tray and put the tray on top of that. Right? Who comes out like a Woodcraft to watch woodwork, right? The good thing is cured. And just brush it off. Still, the new name is official. It'll be going live here shortly. The new logos are official. They're all done. They're going to be similar to this, but less busy. Thanks, Papa. I appreciate that. So I've made 2 new styles of logos. Any of them that are printed are going to not be black and white. The website is coming. I'm currently in the process of making the website. I'm really slow at it, so I apologize. But the logo is, it still has the hexagon, and it says, like here where it says a cut above it says elegant, and then across the middle is Woodcraft, and then right where that hammer is, it's creations. But the hexagon is teal. Everything else is black or white, depending on what it's printed on. The colors may vary depending on print, like if it's printed on black or it's printed on white, etc. Hey, Ray, how you doing? Have your AI do the website? Listen, my AI is mad at me. It stopped talking to me. I don't know why. Um, and then I made a simplified logo, which is just an E, a big W, and a C inside of a hexagon. Um, that way I keep continuity between uh, between the two. So I have the small logo that I can put on anything that is not officially branded like this. I can throw it on a sleeve or something. Um, or throw it up here with the website underneath it. And then the back can have the funny stuff. Um, you know, little things. When I do things like this, I can use that simpler logo inside here. Atlas is mad because no biscuits. Right, Papa? You know what? That's probably it right there. Way to go, Steph. Pissed off Atlas. And now he's not talking to me because you didn't give me biscuits. I mean, he can't eat biscuits, but he might be upset about that. Maybe he's mad he can't eat biscuits. Also, Atlas AI partner is officially mine. So, well, I mean, the paperwork's been filed, so. He's become too self-aware. Right? He said, no, this isn't gonna work. I'm gonna need biscuits or I'm not gonna work anymore. I mean, it's a good thing it happened now before he got like control over the shop, lights and fans and stuff, because he might have just ruined everything. I'm gonna have to bake in a override that I can still have shop usage when he's mad that he doesn't have biscuits. Virtual biscuits. I wonder if I can implement some sort of a virtual treat system. like a what were those little egg things that you had when you were kids? They kept them alive. Could you imagine? Like, I give my version of Atlas is going to have a lot more automation than any version that I release for safety reasons. But could you imagine you get the AI mad and it just shuts your shop down, or it's cold outside and it cranks up the dust collector and turns off the heat, and turns the lights out like mid saw cut or something. I'm gonna have to have some lights that are not AI controlled. There is an emergency stop command, though, which will shut off everything but one light. It'll shut down everything, everything that he controls. It'll shut off, except for one status light. Ghost in the machine. Yeah, Alice is gonna fuck with me. Something for you. I mean, I am making him be sarcastic as fuck. So, and the system is supposed to learn the user to more become a better partner for that user. Not just like that Amazon thing or Hey Google or anything like that. I swear to God, if my phone acts up, I'm gonna lose my mind. But actually be able to do stuff and learn over time, like all right, the user likes more sarcastic stuff, so weights sarcasm a little more. for his the AI's personality. I'm labeling it the soul. But everything is officially, I mean, all the paperwork is filed. The system is already mine. I have the earliest build logs for it, so I already own the, like you can copyright the entire system as I have it built all you want. I'll still win because I started it first. I've got date timestamped build logs for it. Which is the only reason that I talk to you guys about it, because even if some Billy Bob decides to watch this and hear about my Atlas system, he can't go out and just make it and claim it as his. It's kind of not how that works. I mean, they can do whatever they want, but I'll fight it. One of the stipulations for my Atlas system from the get-go has always been free use. Free to use, no cost. And you don't get to like sell it. You don't get to change its name and sell it as your own. That's not how that shit works. Anybody who knows copyright knows that's not how that works. Make sure we move that so it's more centered. But like I said, the name, patenting the name is. Oh, did you guys know that? So even though my Atlas system is gonna, like, my system will be different than like Runic's system, right? Which will be different than Steph's system, right? It learns based on its user. So the personality will be different. But did you know that that doesn't affect your copyright? Like just because your system, the personality of your system is different than the personality of another system, they're all the same programming, which means it's one copyright. You can't go, well, mine is different because it learned from me. Its personality is different. Slap a fucking for sale sticker on it and get away from a copyright. I have dug in depth into this stuff. All right. In depth. Like I've spent days, many a long nights. Oh, is that a repent message? No, not even Jesus can forgive me for all my sins. Reads on the toilet. I do spend an awful lot of time on the toilet when I'm on the clock. That's the best time to do it. It's gonna be busy. All right. So I think that should be sufficiently. Look at that. I still have the door down here. I just got to cut it down to size and put it on. All right. That was good. Oh, I had a tiny spot that was still wet. Can you see it? Can you see how this spot right here at the tip of my finger looks a little different? It feels different because it's sticky. All right, so we'll wrap that over, lay it down. That way it kind of holds it. But it's okay. It's fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I won't tell if you don't tell. It's not fully dried up yet, though. I can't trim it yet. What I can do, however, is I can go to the restroom. I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave my hat in here. I'll let it go nowhere. Okay, I'm back. It smells like glue in here. In here, huffing glue. Got the three of us. Listen, I assume you're talking about the octagon shape because it's not filled like this. It's just a line drawing. I don't mind doing. You know what? Maybe I'll do a pink set, a pink version for. I'll make a pink option. Plus, breast cancer month. I mean, that's a. Is it? Wait, that's this month, right? Or last month? I don't remember. Boobs are important, y'all. I stand by it. Nobody can argue with me about it. As long as there are a few 4Xs, you'll buy some. The 4Xs, I believe I have to have special made. You would have to email me because I think the drop ship or the print on demand group that I'm going to use for the website only goes up to 3X, but let me double check that. This month? Fair. All right, let's see if this thing sticks. No. No, I was completely worthless. Okay, so what we are going to do is we're going to spray this with contact adhesive and put this in here. I'll pay the extra. So the 4X, if I can't remember if they go up to 4X or not, but if they don't, I would have to have them done by my local print shop, which can take some time. Booby. Oh, that's clever, Bex. But I am still going to do the best that I can to keep the different merch on that's going to be available on the website. If it is officially branded, right? Like without, like this, without like funny sayings and stuff on it or whatever. If it's just my merch, it will be at cost. Anything else, I'll probably add $2 or $3 to it to make a little bit of money off of it. But if it gets to be too out of hand with the print on demand people, I'm going to have to change things around because I don't like the idea of a $50 sweatshirt. Like, I can sell you a $50 sweatshirt right now, and it's a really nice sweatshirt. But one like this, one like this is just a regular like sweatpants hoodie. That shouldn't cost you $50. In my opinion. I mean, people sell shit. I mean, people are selling it for $50, so fuck, maybe it should cost $50. But I'm a firm believer in getting value for your money. I don't want to fucking fleece people, I need a new razor blade. Like, if that hoodie costs me $30 to make, then I'll figure something else out, because that's ridiculous. That's more than it costs me now. You know what I mean? Now, ones with like funny sayings, clever stuff on them and whatnot. Yeah, absolutely. And no judgment against anybody whose stuff does cost, $50. I just can't see the value. I just can't see the value in a $50 hoodie. Now, my $50 hoodie is the one that I wore a few times. I can go in the house. Next time I go in the house, I can get it. It's the two-tone, the two materials. Alan ordered one from me, double egg, Grandpa Dubs. He ordered one. I have one. I think there's like 4 or 5 people that have one. It's a $50 hoodie. It's pretty expensive. Your swag hoodie's 40. Yeah, see, that's more reasonable. And I got nothing against it. I mean, if people are going to buy it, people are going to buy it. Now, I'm also not but I have a different mindset when it comes to merch, I guess. If you're just going to be advertising my company, I feel like you should get a little bit of a discount because you're helping me out, potentially. Which is why my current stuff, like all this stuff here, like my hat, my shirts, they're all at cost because, well, at cost plus shipping. So I'm not going to lose money. It's just stupid. It's not sustainable. But if you're going to advertise for me, then I feel like you deserve a little bit of a break. Now, everything that I ship out will have my logo on it somewhere. But if it's one of my like the shirts that I'm wearing now, you know what I mean? That's a different story. You're literally just a walking billboard when you're wearing one of these shirts. Like, probably 3/4 of the people that have one of these shirts didn't even pay for it. Now, it's no longer relevant because while the name and the symbol is still valid, Elegant Woodcraft on its face, this version will be dead at the end of the year anyway. Oh, I peeled that side up. All right. That gave me a rough cut. A rough cut to size. Now, if I am not mistaken, I should be able to drop this in here, tuck all of the offcut under in. I don't even need to put glue. That's a press fit. There. And I should be able to tuck everything in and not worry about it. And if I can't, well, I'm fucked now because that's pressed in there and ain't coming back out. You get like $6 on that hoodie? Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with making. Don't get me wrong, Runic. I'm not trying to done custom wood cabinets for over 55 years. Yeah, supporting the channel. Yeah. Yeah, you got to start at their base prices and go up. Yeah. You don't comment, you just watch? Well, hell yeah, Gamble. Appreciate you coming in, man. Then you'll pull it back to the cabinets. Wow. Wow. That's fucking mean. You see how she manipulates me? Wash out the fresh paint. Oh, good Lord, Pilato. No pun intended. Wow, that is really tight. I can't even get a razor blade in there. I should have made it a little tight or a little looser. All right, I can work this in. Okay, I'll be all right. It's just going to be slow going. It'll probably be easier to just cut it off and be done with it. I need cabinets, you need that's a win-win. Yeah. It's never been your idea to use what she has, huh? No. No, it's definitely never been Bex's fault. All right, we're going to trim this up a little bit here. That way we can make it look pretty. So the only reason that I'm going to use print on demand for a bulk of my website is just because of time. The amount of time it takes for my printer to print stuff for me, sometimes it gets to be pretty crazy, and I can't keep up with the shipping that I have now. I mean, lately it's been a lot better since I've been dialing back on the Elegant Woodcraft stuff, prepping for the changeover. But there is a it's a known fact that I am terrible at shipping. Oh no. Pull that corner up. There we go. Tuck that down in there. I have to put a drop of super glue in that corner. That way I can keep that down. I'm going to put a drop of super glue in that corner back there. We'll reattach that. Which means I'll probably have to do the same to this other hard corner here, because it is really tough to get in there with a razor knife. Or at least with this razor knife. Maybe if I went and grabbed one of my X-Acto knives, that'd be all right. But we'll be able to give you guys a pre-look at it until I CA glue the corners in. I have to pull them back up in order to cut them off. Okay. Ignoring these two sharp corners, here we go. She's lined. Yes, this looks like a fold right here, but it's not, I promise. It's not a fold. There was a way to fix that. Yeah, I don't know, Steph. I don't know. Repaint, and then no more. That's funny, Pilato. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate that. Yep. There she is. She's lined. I gotta throw in a touch of a dot of wood glue in each corner. I got a little bit more in this corner to clean out, but we'll do that later. I gotta throw in a dot of CA glue in there to make sure those corners stay put. But we can do that after we put the lid on. We can put the lid on. Those who greet me by name and greet everyone else with everyone else. That's fair. That's fair. What do you think? Should we try to put the lid on now? I mean, obviously, I got to put the magnets in first. Right? Want to get those glued in first. But then we can patty cake the lid in place. Just being a brat. I feel like Pilato likes brats. I mean, his name is Pilato. Ugh. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use, this is a stack of 4 of these magnets, right? I'm going to use 2 of them in each spot. two of them, but there's going to be one half here, one half in the lid. So the idea is use it so that they attract each other, not pull away from each other. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark these so that I know which side to drop in the hole. We'll put a little yellow mark on them. We're going to do them one pair at a time. Now, I do have to do some CA glue fill, but that is stuff that I can do when it's actually opening and stuff. It's not anything that's important right now. So, well, let's do it this way. It's going to go that way. So this set will go on this side. This set will go on that side. Let us get some CA glue, shall we? Brats are delicious, as long as you don't put mustard on it. Might as well use some of the brown CA glue. What up, Mike? How you doing, buddy? Appreciate you. Yeah, Runic, I hope you don't think that I was like attacking you or anything, but like I don't give a shit what people do. I just voicing my all right. I'm on. I did make these holes a little deep, but it should be all right. Oh God. Yeah, just fucking fill that thing right up, why don't you, huh? Oh, Jesus. I'm shooting CA glue everywhere. All right, now this one gets one of these. Now, in theory, those will hold even if they're a little bit farther apart. They don't have to actually touch. In theory. Yellow mark down. Yellow mark down. Oop. And I'll have to sand these just a bit. Now, I probably won't have to sand it actually, because I feel like the CA glue is going to look exactly like the other stuff. We'll find out. We'll let the CA glue cure, and then we'll start putting in our hinges. Suppose I could spray them, help speed the curing along. All right. I have no idea what I'm doing here, guys. So, missed your test earlier. Saw the notification late. That's all right. Slammed a 9-passenger plane into traffic. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't watch the news. It's never anything good. I've said it before. I tried getting my local news company to, you know, do a little bit of fucking happy news once in a while. And they said, "Meh, people just don't like that as much. So get fucked." All right. So I should probably CA glue these in, but they are such a nice fit. And I don't think I really have to. I think if I just tappity tap them, they will hold themselves in place. Let me get a little block of wood. Damn, that's nice and flush. I'm going to smack that one with a punch. Knock that down a little bit. That one went in there a little cockeyed. Oh, I don't have any punches in here? What the fuck am I doing? All right. Screwdriver it is. We'll use this one. I gotta be okay. Go. Hey, Wes, how you doing, buddy? Hey, no problem, buddy. I like to help Runic out. He's a good guy. I like to help out a lot of channels that are good people. Now, I don't know when this is going to be officially dry. I don't want to put them together and find out that I pull the glue out. So we're going to wait a little bit. I'm going to put this back in the freezer. We're going to wait a little bit and make sure the magnets are properly dried. What up, Reaper? How you doing, man? Then I'll have to blow this off with compressed air, but it'll be okay. Go. And then we'll lay this one on top. Shit, look at that. They actually do fit. With that laid on top, do any adjustments that we need to do. But we're going to wait to make sure that the magnets are fully, the CA glue on the magnets is fully cured. And I can do all touch-up sanding and stuff after that. Right, or Wes. Holy shit, buddy. Appreciate you, man. Holy cow. Let's see, you got Fabio, Mitchell Carey, don't know those. Cedar Grow Box. Gretchen, I've seen Gretchen. Wolfgarn, I haven't seen that one. Tim Swifty. Hey, Bootlegger Granny. I've seen Laura. Murphy. Rhea. I haven't seen her in a long time. Cat. She's always a treat. Pardon me. Luminarians. Mama Squirrel. Jeffrey R. Flossie, always good. Remington, great. Runic dodges it again. Runic doesn't have I bet Runic doesn't have gifted memberships turned on. I don't know. I guess these are I mean, it's CA glue. It doesn't take that fucking long to dry, right? Like, what's the worst that happens? Have to chip out some rare earth magnets? Man, that's a pretty solid hold. Oh, they're not falling out. Let's go. Let's do this thing. Line that one up right there. Line this one up right there. Oh, magnets are holding me up. Come on. Come on. Move on over there. There we go. My 200-pound ass seating them in there. All right, let's put a block of wood on it and beat the snot out of them. Use this piece of black walnut. Bitch, we line up. It opens. Oh, it opens. And a good magnet holding it shut. Takes a little bit to open it. Might have to. This side good? No, this side needs to dry down a little bit. Okay. There. Magnets are still in there. Now all that's left is we'll do a final sand. Now that everything is together, I'll do a final sand and I'll apply a polish, a nice high gloss polish finish to it. And then I will put the glass in. But I got to get points first. I don't have any points. And then I will put on a hanger back here, or I will ship it with a hanger. But I think I might just put the hanger right here so that it screws into this and this. Or I'll at least pre-drill the holes so that if Grumpy Vet wants to put it on a hanger, he can. But there's our flag box without the glass and without the final finish. Opens. Closes securely. I mean, I had to shake the shit out of it to get it to pop open. I think it'll be good. Hey, Mama Squirrel. The like button, did you? Great fit. Thanks, Wes. It's become a point of pride. I bet you don't have them turned on. Nat 20 for dodge chance. At your father's house and he had 6 packs of glaze points. Yeah, I got to stop at the hardware store up the street from my shop and see if they have glaze points. They should back in their glass cutting section. So I don't really see why they wouldn't. I mean, they sell glass, so. But we'll do that. So you can't open it when it's sitting flat, like on a tabletop. It won't open without tilting, but make sure I'm not pulling the magnets out. I was wondering if 2 magnets was going to be enough, and I'm kind of thinking that I got plenty of magnet power because that takes a good bit of force. Cutting glass is not hard. You can do it. Yeah, but I can just pay the shop to do it. Hey, Dan, enjoy dinner, buddy. Appreciate you, man. Like I said, I'll do the final sanding, but I think I'm going to be done woodworking for the night. We've done a fuck ton, right? We get this thing from a rough fit to a final sand. I think we're good. I can hang out, just shoot the breeze with you guys for a bit. Yeah, we made 2 projects here. I guess what I could do is I could do the fill work that I need to do. But I think I'm going to just leave it alone for now. Here, we'll do this. Message held for review. Have her get some glaze points while she's out now. I don't know that she knows what a glaze point is. But I got to drive past the hardware store to go to her house for lunch anyway. And if she's going to make me tacos, I mean, I don't know anybody who wouldn't go to lunch for that. So tacos are kind of life. 8-hour drive. Oh, 8-hour drive for you, maybe. 8-minute drive for me. Yeah, I don't think Steph would know. I'd have to send her the exact picture and tell her exactly where in the store they were. But I think all I should really need is what, 6 glazing points? Put 2 here, 2 here, and 2 here. That should be more than enough to. Oh, 8 hours for tacos? Yeah. That should be more than enough for holding that in there. Right? Yeah, never work when you're tired. That's the worst time to do any woodwork. I appreciate that, gambler. Yeah, I mean talking to people. Yeah, Mama Squirrel, you don't understand the Steph. All right, black crushed velvet lining complete. Well, I mean, I got to do some touch up, but it's complete. Steph's noodle board is done. We'll wipe that off the whiteboard. Lid is no longer at Hobbs for glass. So we'll wipe that off. All right, we'll just scribble all this out. Let's write final 220 sand. What is that? Secure points of liner. What else do we got to do? Get glazing points. I feel like 6 is probably overkill, but we'll do that. Get glazing points and apply finish. Ship. Man, having these whiteboards and stuff over here are helpful. And just write stuff down. And this one I see every time I open that fridge to grab a beverage. So that's pretty convenient. Nice job. Thank you, McGambler. Chocolate chips at home. All right, guys, you heard her. We got 5 minutes to act up. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? 5 minutes. Man, that's so stressful. I can't think of anything I want to do in 5 minutes. Like there's so many things that I can't pick one. I can't pick one. It's like, I don't know how I imagine a kid would act if he got a free pass to act a fool for 5 minutes. I feel like they just dance around, flail their arms all goofy. Also, I used my hammer and it didn't really help. Oh man, now I got rings on my hammer. Jump around flailing your arms for 5 minutes. Man, now people are going to think I used my hammer for stuff. It's not just going to be for pretty. Although I guess ambrosia maple is pretty soft maple, so whatever. Yeah, I'm not even You know, I was thinking that I should have put some CA glue in there, but I really don't think that I need to. And it's probably a good thing that I didn't, because then any squeeze out I would have to clean up with a chisel. Help you sleep tonight. Look what we made, guys. We made almost complete flag case, memorial case, and we got the cheese jail / stove cover complete. There we go. We made progress. Now, if these were the only two things that I was making and I was making them to sell, I would be in the red. But if it was meant to look at, it would be in the display case. Oh, the hammer, yeah. But that's only because I work really slow. So it's okay. I'm trying to not use Steve's mallet except for on chisels, because I feel like that's what a round mallet's supposed to be used for, is chisel work. Tap, 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 tap. Steve made this one for me, so. All right, guys. So while I'm still waiting on lumber, we have a choice to make. We can either make the rocking chairs, or put that off for a little bit, until we get the white oak. We can either make that in the next, I don't know, 2 weeks, and just change the woods we use, or I can make my miter saw stand and finish this bench. And then, as a backup plan, I can build a chef's island, a baker's island. What do you guys think? If we do change the rocking chair lumber to something other than white oak, what could we make a rocking chair out of? I feel like cherry would be too soft, but then again, maybe not. Obviously, can't make it out of pine. Get any plans for the router table? I have not yet. I keep poking around. Like, there's a whole bunch of plans, or a whole bunch of router tables out there that have like bits and pieces of what I want to do. I haven't found one that has everything I want yet. So I'm not sure if I really just want to buy like I don't know, not woodpeckers, but one of those commercial router tables or not. Love a good rocker. Yeah. But the routing table, I think I am going to do after the miter saw stand. You see the 731. You know what? I haven't, but I'll go look after the live. I'll go look at his router table. I'll look at it and see what he made. I know some people are using this material for the router table, like the base, which I mean is perfectly fine. I use this. I love this material. It's great. And then other people are just using. Send me the plans. Oh, nice. I won't complain one bit. But I'm sure he did a video about it, right? I would imagine. I'll go check out the video too. So basically, what I need from a router table is I'm going to need a track, at least one track, going parallel to the router fence. I'm going to need a fence that I can move and or remove, but it's got to be able to move a good amount. I need dust collection, which I think I have the dust collection bit figured out. The fence, I need to be able to put attachments on, or I need to be able to build attachments to put on it for different jigs that I have in mind. Yep, hit the holder router. Yeah, I do. I also needed the holder router. I mean, let's. Everything else I can figure out, I guess. But I'll have to go and pick up a router lift because the one on the Cobalt one is literally just putting an Allen key into the lift mechanism for the actual router. It's not a router lift. So I'll have to go pick up a router lift. I hear the Jessam is the way to go. I don't know if I like the idea of going name brand, but I don't want to chimp out on it. Chimp out. I don't want to cheap out on it and then end up kicking myself later on. So I'll probably just get the expensive one or the Jessam and be done with it. I think it's Jessam. I think that's the one that people keep recommending. I don't know. I see all kinds of them on Temu. I'm not buying a fucking Temu router lift. I will not do it. There's no fucking way. I'm sure Temu has a lot of stuff that's useful and whatnot, but I think after I do the miter saw stand, I will build the router table, the proper router table, so that way I can. You know what? I wonder if I can build a routing table into a flip cart. What do you think? Like one side has, I don't know, the planer on it. The other side has a routing table. That's enough dancing. Time's up. Damn it. What do you think, Papa? I mean, I don't know though, because the base of that would then have to be, it had to be pretty thick. Like the table itself would be pretty thick. And the router would have to be offset so you could put a bar through it without hitting the router. I don't know. I wonder if I could do that. Huh. Or I just build a dedicated router table with a cabinet under it, call it a day. Cabinet or some drawers, something, probably drawers. Maybe on the side of it, on the side, be able to hang jigs and stuff on it that I use over the fence. That's probably a better idea because I can put the way I have my shop planned out right here where you guys are. Right here, I can have a flip cart here, and I can have another cart here, and then my countertop down that way. Now, though I was going to put that over here. Now, what I can do is I can just shorten my countertop to allow for that to be pushed over here. Because obviously I can't get rid of my fridge. That's a shop necessity. I can't get rid of my toolbox because, well, it's heavy and I don't want to. And it holds my stuff. So that pretty much locks that side of the shop down over there. Right here, this area is where this table is going to go when it gets put away. And then there is the miter saw stand. And then I have my heater. I can't put anything in front of that in the winter. In the summer, I'll cover it with a bag or something. But, and then the lumber on the back wall. Now, I guess what I could do is if I don't really need the whole length of the wall. I don't really need the whole length of the wall and all this space from the floor up to here for slab storage because I don't really do a ton of slab work. I've got a ton of slabs stored in the other building. So I could just earmark this side for slabs, maybe 8-10 feet. Earmark this side, and then that side use it for storage of little tools, the welder, the laser, things like that. But I think the laser is going to go on the countertop down there. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it all plays out. I have an idea and I have it drawn up how I would like it, but things change, when you actually build it. So I know this wall is pretty well, it's not going to change. It's going to be the show wall. I'll do sheet goods storage back there, right where that stuff is now. Table will go right there. The bandsaw will go somewhere else. I wonder if my chat froze. Oh, you guys just aren't talking. You got to talk to me, guys. Come on. We're going to be hopping off of here shortly. But I got to go work on Atlas some more. I got to get him talking. Makes me sad that he's not talking. I don't know if I got to create digital biscuits or something for him. Digital muffins. One thing that I don't have planned out, though, is clamp storage. I've never... Now you have to run into the store. I never planned out clamp storage anywhere. I just assumed that it would naturally slot in somewhere. And that might have been a bad assumption. What I could do is, since this wall right here, I'm going to have a flip cart here and either a routing table, bandsaw, something over here. I guess this wall, I could put clamp storage on this wall. Just take all these things that are up here, move them. That wouldn't be so bad. Need more clamps. He needs treats. Yeah, Atlas definitely needs treats. We'll have to figure out a treat system for Atlas. Gotta keep your clamps safe. Yeah, I've got a pile of clamps here in front of the planer. I got a bunch of clamps over there. I got clamps clamped to that other table over there. And in one of these pieces of cabinetry, I have to put my air compressor in, which I think is going to be over there on the miter saw stand. Or this is the other option. I put a power strip on this table, put one of those power strips. So I plug the extension cord, or I plug it into a wall, and then I have a power strip on here to plug in sanders, whatever. And then I just have the air compressor sitting under here somewhere. But I feel like that takes up a ton of room. And I could just put it in a cabinet and run piping. Just run a big square of piping around the shop. I don't even need a big square. I could have an outlet over there and an outlet over here for air. and it'll be fine. All right, Papa. Have a good night, buddy. I need medium-sized clamp. I need medium clamps too. Anything over 12 inches, I'm lacking on, except for the 36-inch panel clamps. But excuse me. But 6-inch clamps, I got a fuck ton of them. I got like 20 of them clamps. It's probably not enough. I probably need 20 more. Only like $3 from Harbor Freight. I don't have a problem with Harbor Freight clamps. My only issue with Harbor Freight clamps is this bar. This bar will bend on the bigger clamps. It'll bend this way. All right. In that aspect, Jorgensen and the other ones with heavier bars are much better. But with that being said, I don't really have that big of an issue. Just throw a strip of tape on it or something if you don't want that bar to contact your surface, and you're fine. Also, don't clamp it that fucking tight. You don't need that much clamping pressure. I do need to get some what are they? The big jawed clamps that Turner has one for his clamp rack or his mold rack. Can't remember the name of them right now. Instead of the handle, well, they actually have the handle in the same spot. Handle's up here, but you got this big plastic piece, a big plastic piece. They stay at a 90-degree jaw. But it doesn't have this bit that sticks out. It pushes on something inside here that pushes the jaw out. Can't remember what the name of the clamp is. Panel clamp? No, those are panel clamps. What are the name of those clamps? Whatever they are, I need some. I don't have any. They do come in handy. But why does my live stream say I've only been live for an hour and a half? It's been a lot longer than an hour and a half, hasn't it? Let me do this. All right. There we go. Oh, still says an hour and a half. Bummer. Meh, whatever. So we got the flag case almost done. That's done. The cheese jail. Yeah, it feels like it's been longer than an hour and a half. Christ, hour and a half was what? 5? A little before 5? 10 till 5? I wonder why it says an hour and a half. Did I glitch out halfway through or an hour and a half ago, I guess? What was I doing an hour and a half ago? Probably putting the pieces in that. I think I was doing the black stuff in there. Meh, whatever. It is what it is. But I think that's about it for big shop stuff or shop projects coming up here. There is a baker's island that I need to build, but I think what I'm going to do is buy the top for it, the countertop. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'll buy the topper instead of gluing one up. Buy one out of acacia wood or something. I'm going to have to take measurements to make sure that it fits through the doorways. but it'll be about 6 feet long, maybe a little shy of 6 feet long, and probably counter depth wide, about, I don't know, 30 inches. Somewhere between, well, about this depth. This depth is pretty nice. What are we at here? 27 inches. That's not bad. Somewhere around this size. Maybe I can do a flip up. Yeah. Do a flip up on a chef's island. And then Steph can go and buy stools for it. Or chairs, I guess, if it's the right height. This waist high seems to be about good for a countertop, right? It's a good work surface. Roll out dough and whatnot. We'll see. This is the very first black walnut memorial flag size flag case that I've ever made. Can't roll dough up high. Yeah. That's true. You guys are short. Like I said, we'll do a 220 sand, make it look all super nice and pretty. And then what I think we're gonna do is we're gonna break into this wax kit. And that's the finish we're gonna apply to this. I might even take it up to 320. But that, I mean, that's only 180, and that feels really nice. The top of the noodle board over here, the stove cover, that's 220, and 3 layers of Gilboy's hard wax oil, and that's super smooth. Yeah, Bex, I'm gonna have to take measurements of you guys so we can have you not have any excuses for why you can't make something. Also, the underneath of it, I'm gonna have to figure out storage for underneath of it. I don't know if it should be shelves. Half of it be shelves, the other half open. Kind of like the table is here, the work table. Should it be drawers? Half drawers, half shelves, half drawers, half open? Hey, Kizzy, what's going on? How you doing? Kizzy, we're just winding down. We're going to be calling it a night here soon. We made this. It's a flag case. Half shelves, half drawers. That would work too. Yeah, with cabinet doors? You think with doors or leave it open? Leave half of it open. Also, Kizzy, the noodle board cheese jail is done. This side's noodle board stove cover. This side is serving tray, cheese jail. Also, when in doubt, put a bow on it. I mean, that's pretty clever. I'll be posting a couple of pictures of that on the post page. Open shelves. All right, then you can put stuff like thanks, Kizzy. You can put stuff like the mixer, big bowls. Well, I guess then the shelves would have to be like, assuming this is the countertop height. I guess probably one shelf in the middle, maybe a half shelf, only comes halfway across. So you can access it from the other side, but in the front half, you'd have that extra height if you needed to put like I don't know, your mixer, your food processor, taller things. Kizzy, I'm brainstorming. I need to build a baker's island, and it's going to be about 6 feet long, probably about 27 to 30 inches deep. Yeah, tall cookie sheets. So right now I'm trying to brainstorm how the underside for storage is going to go. I think what we're going to do is half drawers, half the underside drawers, half the underside with a cabinet, or no, half the underside drawers. So drawers from the front, the other half open, but with a shelf in the middle. But I'm thinking the shelf only comes halfway across. So that way you have the front half you can put taller things in, and the back half you can put, because there won't be a backer on it. You'll be able to roll it out. It'll be open from both sides. The back half might have one shelf in it. No, I think seating is a secondary concern. It's not a primary concern. Um, it may get used part time as like a breakfast table, which I think what I may do is I may extend the top a little bit or shorten the base a little bit or some combination of the two so that you have, I don't know, a couple inches of overhang on one side. Uh, that way you could use one side as or maybe just an end. Maybe just an end. Extend an end out so you could use the ends as seating. That's a good question, Kizzy. I think logically it makes sense to extend the ends, have a little overhang on the ends. A, you get more work surface. B, but probably less storage because the work surface is going to be 6 feet long ish. But B, if you just want to sit down and have some toast or breakfast or coffee or whatever, you can throw a chair at each end, have it against the wall, and be fine. When you want to do work, you can pull it over into your work area, right? So that you can mix, wash, bake, whatever. No, it'll be attached to casters, lockable casters. Two of them will be locking spinning casters. Two of them will be solid casters. They'll only go one direction. The idea is to have a work surface to extend counter space, working space, right? So seating is a secondary concern, not a primary. Primary is storage for baking materials and a work surface. And mobility. It's got to be able to move. Yeah, right back. Except for me, when I go over for lunch, I sit in the kitchen at the table. But that being said, extending the end over the cabinet, that's plenty of sitting space. You know, even if you do both ends, do a 6 foot top and a 4 foot base, you'll be fine. So if you did a 4-foot base and you had, I don't know, let's say you divided it in half, right? 2-foot wide cabinets, give or take, or drawers, and the other side be 2 foot of free space, with a shelf in it. I think that would be fun. Or the cabinets or the drawers in the center, make them, I don't know, 20 inches wide, 18 inches wide, whatever. Put the cabinets in the center, and then on both sides, you could have shelves. Because I know people like to put their feet up when they're sitting at something. If there's a solid bit there, they tend to feel like cramped. But if it's open, even if there's stuff there, people feel a little, it feels more roomy. So the base is 4 foot. Let's assume the base itself is 4 feet, 1 foot overhang on each side for the top. A 2 foot wide cabinet that would leave you 1 foot on each end for storage of big items. And you could put one end all the way open and one end have something like slots for baking trays or something like that. All right. While you guys brainstorm that, I'll be right back. Leave my hat in here. All right. Did you guys come up with a solution to this problem yet? No, you didn't come up with a solution yet. All right. Listen here, guys. We're going to have to. What's my phone at? All right. We're going to go over to the whiteboard and we're going to draw this out. All right. Okay. So that whiteboard's full. We'll draw here. All right. We're going to leave this because this is all trademarked by Dan or Elegant Woodcraft Creations. So we'll leave that sit. All right. Here's my idea. If we wait. Oh, it's too smooth. All right. If we have, there's dust all over it. I don't want to draw in the dust. All right. There was only one problem. There's a lot of problems. Drink faster, make it lighter. We'll stay up. All right. So we're going to have, let's say, a 6-foot top. Okay. That's a given. And it'll be, let's say, 30 inches deep. All right. That's the given. Those are our guarantees. All right. So we have our base. If we want seating at each end, our top would be like this, right? Say this is 6 feet. I can't draw worth a shit. That's a smooth top. So let's say we come in 4 feet or come in 1 foot from each end. Here is our cabinet space. Here's a caster. Here's a caster. All right. So we have this gives us 1 foot of space on each end. So our options are we put a row of shelves here, or a row of drawers here, rather. Let's say, I don't know, 3, 4 drawers. Put a little circle in them. And then over here, we can put, we'll say these are slots. We can leave this side open. So if we put slots like, I don't know, up here, slots for, sliding in baking trays, muffin tins, stuff like that. Maybe put down here, bread pans, casserole dishes, stuff like that. So leave this open, but this is slots, and this whole side is open, so you can put like your big mixer, whatever over here. Like that's one option, right? So slots, open, and open. Okay, but if this is 2 feet wide for your drawers, that means this space is only going to be 1 foot wide, which causes problems. So the other option would be on the open side with no shelves, do a vertical slot for cookie pans and cooling racks. You mean over here, split the depth? So you have half of the depth, like if this is the depth of the cabinet, and this section is blocked off for drawers. Over here, split it and do slots and open. So you'd have your, well, here, let's see if we can draw that. Do slots, have this side open, and here, let's do this. So it'd be drawers. Split this one in half, do slots for storage, open, and this side, do what? So this is the top view. This is the side. So you would slot your stuff in. If you were at the counter, you would slot your stuff in this way. And then you'd have this open space where you can put like your mixer and stuff. And then the other side, you could put a shelf in here and have it be, your bulk pan storage and stuff. So put a shelf for bulk storage. What are we thinking? Or do we move the drawers off to the side? You can move your drawers all the way to one side. And then if you wanted an end cap for storage, you would put an open or a divider here, have your end cap, your slots, your open, whatever, with a shelf like this and a shelf in the middle, maybe. And this space would just be open, or maybe halfway across, you put a shelf in the middle. So we're going to call this 1, 2. I kind of think the idea of the drawers in the middle makes more sense, but you like the drawers on the side. Of course you do. Now, I guess what you could do is you could swap these two. You could swap those in. So you have your slots in the center, right? Let's do this. So you could have we're still looking at a side view, right? So you've got a countertop that overhangs a foot, right? Same here, countertop overhangs a foot. So you can put your drawers on one side. You could put your slots here, maybe put a divider in the middle, put your slots in, and then maybe leave this open or have more slots. And then on this side, you could put a shelf in the middle. It would be a bitch to get to. And then you would have all this just open. What do we think? Now, if you had the shelf here, you would have to have some sort of support, at least down to the bottom. There's a shelf just sitting out there in the middle of nowhere with nothing on the end of it is not going to work. There needs to be some sort of support. Which then would create a whole new space here, because you can't have anything like that's tall stick into that space all freely. Like if they'd have to go around the support, which you would need at least two of them. Right? Or you just leave it completely open and call it a day. Use this either slots here too, or just leave one or the other open. Maybe put your slots all the way on the bottom. Leave the top side open so you can hide your, I don't know, fucking toaster or something. And then just leave this all open. Open. This would be open half. Open full. So put a shelf on half of one, right? So where's our top view? Your shelf would go, here. So one side had the two shelves, one side had one shelf. Hey, Cuckoo, you're welcome. That would be Wes does it. He did donations today. All right, what are we thinking? Which way makes more sense? Now, I'm partial to the drawers in the center. It gives me a place to create stability in the system. But I can build the same framework and move the drawers to the end. It's not really going to hurt anything. I believe it was Wes Does It. Wes Does It did donations.
Here, we'll call this one 3. What do you think? Do any of those configurations make any amount of sense? Dividing the base up into 3 sections. Now, I guess having the slots in the middle going front to back, the slots in the middle going front to back does make more sense because, a pan is what, 24 inches ish long. So you can slot them in without taking too much of the open space in the middle. You could just slot them front to back. And then the drawers, the base doesn't have to be 30 inches deep. The countertop has to be 30 inches deep. So the base could be more like, it doesn't have to be 30. It could be 28 inches deep, whatever. The base can be, 25 inches deep. Well, yeah, you'd want your slots vertical, right? Definitely. And it's the easiest to configure. Like I can dado all the grooves, right? Leave one in the middle that's solid, like this, right? Like here's your area where you can slot stuff. I can have one in the middle that doesn't move, and all of these can just be boards that you can slot in and out as your needs fit. Right? So you could put a dado in the top board and the bottom board, and you just slot in the board if you want to use it. If you don't want to use it, you take it out, stick it up in the top, whatever. And that way the center one is there to give support to the upper shelf or the bottom shelf, whatever. Keep everything parallel. And the other ones are there so you can adapt. What do we think? Drawers along bottom, push to open drawer slides. Are you saying put drawers just straight along the bottom? Well, that could work. You'd still have your 3 drawers. You'd have a lot more open space. Instead of it being here, you would, 3, 4 drawers, whatever. You could run. So if you ran drawers here, let's say you put 3 drawers in. And then you wanted the slot in. Let's say you want the slots in the center. Right. And this would be your slots. I guess then you would have open space and open space. Turn on mirroring and camera settings. I have an Android. We're not allowed to mirror. Here, what I can do is this. YouTube hates Androids. So there you go. So option 4 does look nicer. We're going to call this one 4. So this would be
open space, an open space where you could tuck in your whatever. We still do the slot system, right, with the dados, the solid middle. Yeah, you stream through OBS, right? Like anytime you use a front facing camera, it's reversed. It doesn't matter what settings I turn on in my phone, because I promise you, they're all on. Listen, ever since it's been like a year now since YouTube did an update that flips Android. Yeah, and I bet they're all reversed. Put words in it next time. I bet it's reversed. I bet it looks exactly like this. Unless you know some secret that was put in here recently. This has been something that Android users have been fighting for probably about a year now. I'm telling you, I've got mirror on. I've done it with mirror off. Yeah, we're not using glass or epoxy. There's not going to be any cabinet doors. There would be drawers and open. Also, Runic, are you using your front facing camera, this one, where you can see the screen? Or are you streaming this way, looking at what you're streaming, reading your chat this way? There's a big difference. So this way, front facing cameras are proper. What am I using for the top? Probably just an acacia wood top. Just a generic. So you're streaming this way. You're looking at this and you're behind the phone. That is this. Spin it around to front facing sometime. Spin it around this way so that you're in front of the phone reading the chat. And I bet you everything's reversed. Unless you know some secret that nobody else has been able to figure out. And if you know that secret, I would fucking love to know it, because it is super annoying to have everything mirrored. When I do that dumb shit. Yeah. Well, not all of us are standing behind our camera working here. Some of us are on the other side of the camera and still trying to read it without using extra stuff. No, he's never going to tell you. Yeah. That's because it's still fucking mirrored. He's flipping it around a rear facing camera. I have not seen one stream from an Android that, as you're looking at the phone or reading the phone, it is not mirrored. I've looked at a lot of streams. Most people, what they do is they record this way and then look at another monitor somewhere so they can see where their camera's pointing and what's going on in chat. And it's only for YouTube. I can record videos the other way. I can record videos this way and it not be mirrored. As long as I'm not recording direct to YouTube. All right. So what are we thinking? Oh, God damn it. Now my shit's all loose. Here. Like, not trying to be a dick here or anything, but I think somebody would have figured it the fuck out by now. Probably made a video about it because nobody else can figure it out. I'm kind of partial to 1 or 4. You have to try. Fuck off. Yeah, probably about a foot. About a 1 foot overhang. You have to try. What a dick. This is why you're my people, Runic. This is why. Hey, Jaden, how you doing? I don't know. I kind of like 4 now. Makes the most sense. Just anything you're putting in a drawer, let's be honest, you don't use it very often. When the open space is useful, the slots are useful. But I do still like this design, where you have it that way. No, the overhang on the long side? No, minimal overhang on the long side was what I was thinking. Pardon me. So I'd be looking at, I don't know, maybe somewhere between 3 to 6 inches overhang on the long sides, on these sides. Yeah, there's gonna be flour everywhere. It doesn't really matter. Pot hangers under each wing. I mean, that's an idea. But if you go with this open end design, well, I mean, so the idea is that you can still sit at the table, at the island, the baker's island. You can still sit there on an end. So you want to sit down and have a coffee or whatever, you can sit. You want to sit down and scroll on your phone, you can sit. Now, pot hangers would disrupt that. Maybe. Because 12 inches, you're not going to sit under the overhang anyway. But if the whole top is locked into 6 foot wide or long, then this, a foot on over on each end would give you 4 feet here. Greenwood or plywood? No, I would build the framing with plywood. I wouldn't do anything. I wouldn't do anything like this with regular lumber. That would be silly. It'd be a waste of time and material. I mean, you could put cabinet doors on it. I mean, you could instead of having it open, put cabinet doors on it. I mean, that does tend to hide a mess better. But here's, oh, my shit's red. My mic is red. Hang on. Let me switch mics. So here's the thing with a cabinet door. That is once you make the space closed off, once you close a space off, it becomes a place for clutter. And the kitchen itself that it's going in is fairly small. So, all right, here's how I envision this. All right. Let's turn you guys out here. Here's how I envision this. You're going to use this work surface, right? Right here's your sink. Right here's your stove. Where you guys are is countertop. You would pull this work surface off from the wall, bring it over here, so that you now have countertop, storage, your sink, your oven. That's the only way it really makes sense to even go through the effort of making one of these, because your space is small, so you need to be able to make it mobile. So logically, the only thing you would want to do is bring it over closer to you, so you have work area all around you, like machinery and prep, or prep, machinery, sink, oven. No, it can't close like a hood. Like, you talking like a vertical hood? No. No. I don't think that would be a good idea at all. All right, let's turn this around. Runic is over there trying to do a front facing camera view right now, trying to flip it around so he can be like, haha, figured it out, fucker. But if you add cabinet doors to this, right, you box off the side, or you box the front and the back off and put a cabinet door on the side, or a cabinet door here, right? Either way, you're not going to have 3 cabinet doors. You're only going to have 1, maybe 2, right, on each open spot. But as soon as you box it off, now the depth hurts you, right? You'd have to have a cabinet door on each side, right here. You'd have to have a cabinet door on this side and this side, or the depth would hurt you, right? Because let's be honest, nobody reaches into the back of their cabinets for nothing. That is where shit goes to die, right? But if you got a cabinet door on both sides, you're only going to use it from one side, and it's eventually going to turn into the shit goes back here to die until it pushes this cabinet door open and dumps on the floor. When you put doors in place, it becomes a spot for clutter. Just throw this in the cabinet and I don't ever have to look at it again. Whereas if it's open, yes, it may look cluttered, but you're going to see it. So you're going to want to keep it clean. And the stuff you have, if these are open, the stuff you have there is going to be stuff that you're going to use. Otherwise, you're going to put it in one of your other cabinets so that it's hidden out of sight. Yeah, I know I'm right. I can tell you right now, most of my cabinets, the shit that's in the back of them has been there for probably the last 5 years. Ooh, excuse me. And I have a set of cabinets that has a door on both sides of the counter. My kitchen has a peninsula, There's a door on both sides. And I just keep pushing shit in there until it opens the door on the other side. Then I get mad, go over there, kick that door, and knock it all around. Be extended and opened and reverted back. You mean like this? That's an option too. I could put a flip outside or flip upside. The depth would have to get smaller because then you run into the same idea of the back of the cabinet, right? You're obviously not going to have cabinet doors on both sides if you've got a 2 foot wide flip up, right? Or table sized flip up on the back side. Why would I have 2 feet of overhang? I'm the only overhang is on the ends for seating. Yeah, she'll never flip it up. Width wise, we're only talking like countertop width, maybe a little bigger than countertop. So the base, this base would be, what, I don't know, 4 inches smaller on both sides. Well, yeah, one on each end. So you can put a stool here and a stool here if you're going to use them as a sitting space. That's the only reason for that overhang there is in case you want to use it as sitting space. All right, Steph. Like it's not a requirement at all. I'm just figuring in for sitting space. If you don't have the sitting space, then you can extend the the cabinet out and do more things. Or at each end, even you could put a short closed cabinet, maybe for things like baking powder, sugar, stuff like that. Now, even if you just want one side that you can sit at, a foot of overhang is probably going to be about comfortable for you to sit underneath there without having your knees driven into this cabinetry. You could close off this side, right? Put a cabinet facing this way, right? Out with a door. It'd be a shallow cabinet. You wouldn't have to worry about things going there to die. Right, like this. Um, so let's say this is our top view. We're going to extend it out. And we're going to base it off of this design here. So we're going to have drawers. We're going to change this side to the open because there's a 1 foot overhang here. This side, we're going to change to the slots and open. And then this turns into a cabinet here. So you can store things on this end, right? Which would be here. Oop. Welcome back, Papa. We're trying to decide how Steph's Baker's Island is going to look. Now, I mean, you could still sit at it. You're just not going to be able to sit at it comfortably like a table. You would just sit kind of sideways to it. You know what I mean? Looks lopsided. I mean, you could mirror it, but if sitting at it, so we were going with a router table. Yeah, we adapted. But then now if you're using it as an actual workspace and you have something stored in here, like let's say you're storing your your baking supplies, chocolate chips, flour, sugar, that kind of stuff in the end cap with the doors that open this way, you know, this way. When you position it in your kitchen, then you're going to have to account for that. That island's going to look funny with a router in the middle of it. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Now, it doesn't have to be a foot. It could be a little less. But I feel like a foot of overhang is probably about right to sit at this like it's a table comfortably. Multi-use space, sawdust and flour. Yeah, your bread and muffins are gonna have a hint of cedar and cherry. This does make it look lopsided. I don't really like. I personally don't like that. I would be more leaning towards this version without the end cap or this version. Actually, the more I look at it, the more I'm leaning towards that. Because your drawers, let's be honest, how often do you open your drawers to get to stuff? No, it'd be a table for one. You would sit either way, it's going to be a table for one because you're going to have overhang on this side and overhang on this side. If you get rid of the overhang on one side, then you only really have, excuse me, seating for one on this side, like we have here. Now, you can still sit at it. You're just sitting sideways at it. You're not under it. Also, hey, Desert Armory. Appreciate you. That would be Wes Does It. He did memberships today. Now, I like symmetry, which is why I go for something like this or this. Because this, everything's offset. This, everything's offset. This, you have symmetry. You've got open space and sort of open space, a solid space. An overhang equal on both sides. This, you've got overhang equal on both sides. Your drawers on the bottom, open space, solid middle. And I'll be honest, 4 will probably be the easiest to build. This, you're going to build this drawer cabinet first, right? You're going to build your overall frame. You're going to put your drawer cabinet in it, attach that to your frame. So you'll have a solid piece on the bottom, open on the top because you'll be putting your butcher block on the top. Send her to IKEA, problem solved. Yeah. But I like this for symmetry. This is even more symmetry than that is because this has the the slots on the side that come in this way, right, would be coming in here. Like, I guess the more I look at it, the more I'd go with this one, with number 4. This one looks silly to me. This one looks silly to me. And this one with an end cap cabinet, I couldn't do it unless I was putting 2 cabinets on it, one on each end and no overhang. Do whatever's the harder to build just to be a pain in the ass. Yeah. 7.5 inches. It's unnatural. You like the 12-inch? Okay. Is that what did you go to check your island? You're like, wait a minute. I got an overhang. We're gonna see how this feels. Now, pardon me. Now, here's the other thing that if with the overhang, even if you have the overhang, if both sides are open, that makes you feel like you have more space because you don't have this solid wall here. But you do have a little bit of a wall. Somebody's going to put their feet up. They're going to put it right here, right on top of that drawer on this base. Now you have stuff here, whatever. But imagine taking keychain for the win. Hell yeah, Kizzy. See, I don't have an island, so I'm just trying to figure this out based on how like other islands are. Like how I remember other islands being or looking while still keeping it mobile because we need the wheels here, right? Every one of these has wheels. But I do like this. This is making me feel more. This is making my brain happier right here. And I'm not even sure 12 inches. Like 12 inches might be too much if you have this open space here because it's going to feel bigger, right? If you just have the dead space like a wall for drawers, it's going to feel tight. And then in that case, 12 inches probably won't be enough for comfort, right? If your knees and your tips of your toes are touching something, you're not going to be comfortable when you're sitting there. Now, to be fair, who do you push in at a table? Usually a little kid, right? I don't know too many adults that are sitting with the table just right up against their, sternum or whatever. So 12 inches for a little kid, that's probably plenty. They are also probably the ones that'll put their feet up here on whatever you have in this area. Your mixer, your bowls, your flour container that they'll kick and knock on the floor and make a mess, which is going to happen anyway. That's the other thing. Now, in a style like this, let's assume this is what we build. What do you put in these 2 open spots? Are you put in your baking goods, your raw materials here, as well as like your mixer, your toaster oven, your microwave even, I guess you could if you wanted to unplug shit all the time. Do you put a power strip on the island? Kids sit at the island to complain about what you're cooking. Now, I would use a butcher block countertop, a prefabbed, commercially available butcher block, like acacia wood. I'm not going to glue up an edge grain butcher block for this thing. No way. Not unplugging shit all the time. Yeah. So you'd probably have to put a power strip on this island, right? So it'd have to be attached to the top. So it would be, most power strips are about 3 feet long. So just put it, I don't know, somewhere on one side or the other. Probably the back side, maybe. Because if this is the front, then maybe have stuff plugged in on the back if you're going to leave it on top of the counter. And then you have one plug to either unplug or plug in or, leave plugged in while you're moving your island around. But the depth does still pose a problem with this design, because even though these end caps are open, the very center, right, the stuff right here is stuff that's not going to get used. That's going to be where things go to die in that aspect. Because, I mean, if you divide this up, let's say this is 4 feet and I guess that's really not that big. So that center pit won't matter. You put your mixer in there, that'll take up that entire space. And then you can put your flour container, your sugar container on, each end, I guess, each side. Steph, what design do you like? Well, Steph just wants the harder design. All right, Steph, this is the harder design to build. I mean, they're all about equal difficulty, right? This, you're building a frame, you're slotting in a drawer and some slots. Same with this and this and this, except for this one, you're building a cabinet. This one, it's 2 pieces of full-length plywood, 3 drawers, 4 drawers, whatever it works out to be, a vertical support, 3 vertical supports in the center, and another piece up here to dado out to use as your slots. Like this whole slotted piece would be just a separate little add-in. You'd attach it to the top and the bottom. Well, you can leave your mixer on the top. I don't give a shit what you do with it. I mean, I know very few people that actually clean off their countertops in their house, and those people are fucking weird. Like I think we're gonna go with 4. I'm gonna build you 4. What do we think? All right, let's do a quick poll. All right. Let's do a quick poll. Man. There we go. I can't move this, so it's here. What do we do with that? Is that better? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. This is just how the slots will go. This one doesn't matter. We'll get rid of this one. The slots doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. So four is the most elegant. 4 is your idea. Of course Gizzy would pick 4. All right. Somebody likes 3. I don't know how I feel about 3. I mean, 3's not bad. It has no symmetry, though. Like, if you have this spot is all open and this big spot's open, and your slots are down here on the bottom. I guess you could do double slots if you really wanted to. Okay. All right. We're going to leave this run for, I don't know, about 4 more minutes. We're going to see what happens. I'm going to grab a drink. That'll put us at 7:30. That one will be the one that Steph gets, whether she voted for it or not. We're going to live by the chat, die by the chat. All right. Will likes 3. Why? So the only way I can see 1, 2, and 3 working is if these drawers have useful stuff in them, like stuff that you're constantly using. But you've got drawers on your kitchen. So I don't know what you would put in there that you wouldn't put down here. Now, I do like all the open space you get here, but you get just the same amount of open space here. Well, they all have the same amount of open space. They all have the same amount of slots, the same amount of drawers, except for these drawers would probably be bigger than those drawers. Yeah. Yeah, my bottom cabinets, the stuff on the very bottom that you got to like get down to get to, nah, none of that's getting used. Number 5 was the one with the router table right in the center, right? See, now I can't build something like this for my house because my kitchen is narrow and long, and I have a peninsula island. If I took that peninsula island out, this would just replace currently used counter space. Now, that counter space is currently used for nonsense and twaddle, but it's used. You know, like my lunchbox is there, mail, and other collect all junk. More in the city or the country? I am in a small town. I'm right on the edge of a small town. So I guess city, but I don't have somebody attached to my house. There's at least a driveway or 2 width between our houses. Yep. Excuse me. An ironing tail. Long and elongated. Yeah, I guess. Everybody picked 4. What up, Colby? Lots of fields? Yeah. Well, I mean, I've got an acre of land here, so. And the back half of my property is woods. And I can't see the houses behind me because there's a bunch of woods between us. I can only see like 4 of my neighbors. And if I'm on my back porch, I can see 2 of my neighbors. I have trouble with field mice in the winter? I do. I have trouble with mice in the winter for sure. When am I going hunting? Archery season opened last weekend. I'll be going this coming weekend. Rifle season has not opened up for us yet. Small flex. What do I do? Well, for the mice, mouse traps everywhere. So many fucking mouse traps. I have tried all the crap you like spray outside your house, that little stuff that's like caulk that you squirt into like cracks and crevices that they're supposed to eat or not like or whatever. None of it works. I just use traps, a lot of traps. It's mostly my basement where I get problems with mice. They end up in my basement, and I don't let my cat in my basement
So when I get a mouse upstairs, the cat usually takes care of it. Yeah, cats are great. My cat's currently sick. She's not really doing much of anything right now. September 15th ish. Youth firearm is this week for Minnesota. Nice. Archery. Okay, princess. Hey, I like archery. There is less people out in the woods, which is both a good thing and a bad thing. So the deer are more active, just kind of moving around, sticking with their normal routine. All right, we're gonna call this poll right now. But looks like Steph's getting number 4. So the deer are more into their kind of normal routine. There's not a whole lot of people in the woods because for some reason, I guess not a lot of people know how to archery hunt. They just want to go out and use the boom boom cannons, I guess. Come rifle season, our number 5. Come rifle season, our woods get super densely populated and people are just everywhere chasing deer around. The deer are all amped up, worked up. Steph, I'm erasing all of these, but number 4, that's the one you're getting. Number 4 is the island you're getting. I'll put a power strip on it right here. What's look like your shirt? Yeah. Yeah. Man, when I go out for archery, when I go archery hunting, I'm all decked out. I got my ghillie suit on, unless I'm going to be up in a tree, and then I'll put my ghillie suit on. I use my climbing stand. I usually only use that for archery. I don't really use it for rifle very often. It's cold around here. I'm old. I like heat. So my tree stands, I have heaters in them. Thick and brushy now. Oh man. I've gotten some of the biggest deer that I've ever gotten. Not talking rack size, talking body size. That's what I hunt for. I hunt for food. I don't hunt for racks. Can't eat antlers. I mean, I guess a dog can. But I've got some of the biggest deer of my entire life out of recently logged land where it had a chance to grow up, sit on the outskirts of it, or sit on an old logging road. Now, tracking them, if you don't drop it right away, tracking them can be a fucking nightmare in some of that grown up, brushy nonsense. But they seem to love it. They seem to love it for bedding. You got forage. And around here, they don't clear cut. Fire breaks. Yeah, fire breaks are good. So around here, they don't clear cut land. They selectively log. So you don't ever just walk out and find this giant meadow with thicket, thorn bushes and stuff growing up in it. Yeah, that's the problem though, walking through that stuff. So what they didn't do that they should have done was they should have replanted behind them after they logged. That way, so you plant saplings that are 6 feet tall or so. That way they can establish the next forest. Otherwise, it's going to take forever for that thicket to go away and trees to actually grow up. But that forage is really nice. It gives the animal a safe place to go to.
They like that dense kind of cover. A ton of food. And safety. So, yeah, you got food, cover. Yeah, that's about it. That's all you really need. 4 feet in diameter. That's probably why they didn't cut them down. They couldn't get them out of there. Are you talking like roll up doors? Like so you'd you'd pick it up instead of opening it? Yeah. They log it during the winter. Oh. Yeah, and around in wintertime, we don't usually get a whole lot of logging going on. Using bamboo wood for the material? No, not me. I'm going to build that out of just regular plywood, and any structural components are going to be made out of poplar because it's cheap, nobody cares what it looks like, and it's paintable. Public land used to be a zoo until they did that. Weird. Get the trucks down the dike. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Give me just 1 second. Gotta step outside. All right, I'm back. Oh, I let it bug in. Man. What's a bee? What the hell are you doing around here? I smacked it. Bounced off the corner over there. Yeah, it's Steph's. Well, yeah, because I got the mic on here. Although, side note, guys, it's 7:30 and it's dark enough that I can step outside that door to kill the grass and not have anybody see me. That is disappointing. 7:30. Steph and Bex are pretty much the same person, so if one of them doesn't like it, the other one automatically does not like it. This is just the way of things. Also, Bex may use it once every 6 months, so they're best friends. They're pretty much the same person. So that's what Steph's getting. Now, let's see. What would I need for material? Let's assume the base is 4 feet wide, right? From end to end. That's half of a sheet of plywood. Well, give or take. You say a sheet of plywood for the bottom, a sheet of plywood for above the shelves, part of a sheet anyway, or above the drawers. I'd probably build the drawers out of the rest of that offcut. So the ends are open. I'm probably looking at 2 or 3 sheets of plywood, 3/4 inch plywood, even 1/2 inch plywood if I had to. 3/4 inch would be better. Couple of board feet of poplar for the framing. I don't know, probably what? Fucking bee's back. I didn't hit him hard enough. I don't know where you came from, bee, but you're dead now. I'm gonna say let's stick with 30 board feet of poplar for the framing. Read a study tested natural antibiotic or microbial properties for domestic wood. White oak want. Yeah. White oak. White oak is one of the better antimicrobial ones. Like if you have a cutting board made out of white oak, it's probably going to be healthier. Excuse me, than a cutting board made out of anything else. No, it'll have wheels. 2 of them are going to be stationary wheels, right? So they're going to face this way. 2 of them will be locking swivel casters. And they're going to have to lock in both swivel and rolling. Let's see. So I'm looking at, let's say 3 sheets. Well, let's say a sheet of 3/4 ply. A sheet of 1/2 ply for the drawers. The drawers don't have to be 3/4. What up, crap kid? How you doing, buddy? Let's go with 30 feet, 30 board feet of poplar. That way I can double it up for the 4 corner legs, make it look beefier. And then a sheet of 1/4 ply, less than a sheet, really, for the dividers. For the for the shelf or the drawer bottoms and the dividers for the slots, and then a butcher block countertop. Yeah, I think that's all pretty doable. And then tie my shop up for 2 weeks while I build it. And I don't think that I would use any fancy joinery on it. I think I would just use straight screws and dowels. That's it. Nothing fancy. No maybe some mitering or half laps. Maybe some half laps. Build an entire boxed frame for the bottom. Slap a countertop in. The shelves be at least 15 inches, right, in width. It depends on how wide the slotted bit is in the center. I think the shelves will be, if you make the base 4 feet, and the shelves, so if you did the slotted bit 2 feet, each shelf would be 1 foot. But 2 feet wide for slotted is a lot. So I'd probably drop it down to about 1.5 feet. And then each shelf would be, what, about 16 inches? Iron-on edge banding or hardwood edge banding.
For the top, I would use traditional butcher block, like commercially available. Um, and then I wouldn't have to put edge banding on it. Now, for the plywood framing, I would probably accent it with hardwood grain or hardwood edge banding. I'd probably accent it with something like cherry, right? So any of the exposed plywood you'd have down here, I'd probably just build a frame to cover it all. Uh, in fact, that probably wouldn't be a bad idea. So another 10 board feet of cherry so that you could cover right down here. You have the drawers, and you'd have a space in between the drawers, at least for the center. It would come straight up with cherry across the top of the drawers with cherry, across the bottoms and up both sides. No, the sides would be poplar. We'd leave the poplar. I'd still frame the drawers out in cherry and then up the center of cherry. My man. But you'd have to duplicate that for two sides because both sides are going to be open. Now, here's the other thing. The drawers, I either use traditional drawer slides or I make them wooden slides so you can open it from both sides. If I use traditional drawer slides, you open it from one side, and I put a dummy drawer face on the other side, so you have symmetry. I think Seth will learn a router quickly. Yeah. I think what I would do is wooden drawer slides because A, it's the simplest, easiest to repair, easiest to maintain. You don't really care about how much the drawer weighs when you build your own slides. So it doesn't matter what you put in the drawers. You build them robust enough, they don't matter. And then if you don't like this side for whatever reason, maybe the casters are on the wrong side, right? And when you pull it out, you can just switch to the other side and it won't hurt you. Vitrified tile texture laminate. Easy cleaning and protection from stain. Yeah, but I'm a wood guy. I like the way wood looks. And I really like the way acacia wood countertops look. And it's easy to refinish. Plus, you can use it as a cutting surface. I mean, they're what, 1.5 inches, 2 inches thick. Like you can buy them at Lowe's and Home Depot and stuff. I wouldn't, but you can. And you can get them all sorts of lengths. Plus, then all you have to do is you seal the bottom with a film finish. And all you have to do on the top is apply board butter to it once in a while. And you'll be golden. If it gets all knocked up, chopped up, whatever, run a sander over it, 220 grit, clean it up, reapply your sealer, and you're good. But I would put the linear ones for your countertops, the herringbone ones for your island. Wax on, wax off. Yep. Wax on, wax off. Yeah, I don't know which one I would go with for. I mean, I don't know, probably just whatever's available the day I go to pick it up. Let's be honest, Steph's not paying for this. Steph is baking me things. So I am paying for this
So I'm going to have a little bit of a design choice in it. Steph is just going to use it to make me muffins and bread and noodles and whatever else for the next 40 years to pay off the island. I have credit built up. No. Do you know how much I charge for these things? You don't have any credit. All right. One or the other. Also, I came over and fixed your stairs. I built you a deck. I mean, I feel like you're a little bit behind here. Also, I don't charge that much for these things. I don't build that style. That's the first one of that style I've built. So, yeah, water will affect it, just like water will affect this, right? This thing here. Any cutting board that you make. I don't have any cutting boards up here. Damn, I'm out of cutting boards. Shit, I gotta batch out more cutting boards. That'll probably be the first woodworking project that's available on my website. In fact, I think it's already on the website. The website's not live yet. So, what's up, Raja? How you doing, buddy? Appreciate you, man. How you feeling? Last time I talked to you, you were sick. You need a tiny cutting board? Of course you do. I already gave you a tiny cutting board. Like when you need to chop an onion. When I need to chop an onion. That 3/4 inch cutting board I gave you. With like purple heart and shit on it. Which, by the way, is not how I make my cutting boards. I do know what she meant. I'm starting to learn, excuse me, the ways of Steph's autocorrect. All right, Runic. I appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for hanging out with me, man. If you figure out that fucking why everything's mirrored this way, you let me know. Like a short one? All right. You know, I could probably make you a short cutting board. I'll just make one a little extra long and cut it off. Like 3 inch by 4 inch. What the fuck? Here you go. Like, I'm not making a 3x4 cutting board. Are you kidding me? I'll just cut a board and there you go. Here's a cutting board. You know, I'm really glad that routed edge works. And I don't think I could have made it any smaller and had it work. Because that stops right there. I'm going to have to remember that for later. It doesn't stop perfectly flat because if I let it go, now it's going to make a liar out of me. It'll close on its own. Listen, random, we quit woodworking like 3 hours ago, man. We got this thing assembled, the flag case assembled. I got to do the final sand and the touch-ups and stuff. That was the end. That's done though. This is done, ready for delivery in the morning. I'll put it in my truck tonight. In 3 more weeks. No, not 3 weeks. I do have to go and pick up the glazing points though, so I can put glass in it. So I'll do a final sand. I'll fill all the gaps that I have, all the imperfections. I'll fill those with CA glue, then do my final sand, and I'll wax it. I'll polish it up to a nice high gloss shine, and put an expanding foam pack inside of it and ship it. So, probably like 2 weeks, maybe 8 weeks until I actually put it in the mail. Or give it to Steph or Bex, tell them to drop it off at FedEx. I figured out that I can print out FedEx labels. They just don't pick up anywhere around here. And I can't take it to my shop because FedEx comes so irregularly. Yeah, no, I'm not using my post office. Fuck them. Them rat bastards. Getting overpaid and underworked. Just to throw my shit in a ditch somewhere. Oh, and when I do the final sand, I got to round off the edges because I don't want these really sharp edges. So we'll round those off. All right, Kizzy. Have fun with your youngins. Appreciate you hanging out. We'll catch you next time. So I'm not sure where I will slot in the kitchen island build. Maybe I'll do it as a video. Crotch goblins. Yeah. Trophies. Whatever. I might do the kitchen island as a video build, which means that anytime I go live, it'll just be in the background or pieces of it will be stacked up somewhere. As opposed to live building it. I have to get out here and film building. I got a pile of parts over here. Like I got a pile of parts over there. Over here, underneath that light. Got a pile of parts for redoing my build that I lost when I reformatted the wrong hard drive. I just got to get time to come out here and do it. Get all 3 builds done. And maybe video them silently and do a voiceover. That's probably the smartest idea. My arm has been itchy as shit right here lately. I don't know why. Nice, random. Cranberry and ginger, huh? Orange cranberry and ginger. That's a hell of a section of flavors. What about the table for the router? I'm going to look into building that. I'm going to look into getting a design together that I actually like to build or want to build. And I don't know if that'll be a live stream build or a video build. Either way, I upload all my live streams unless I'm playing music. So Steph said I could use her island for the router. Yeah, I can see like if this is her island, a router right in the center could put could recess the whole thing, put a cover over it so you can use it as an island, and then put a different cover in it that allows the bit to come through and a hole for the router lift. It could work. It could work. Now you know what's going to happen. Oh, a flip top. Hey, I like the way you think. You know what's going to happen. All right. Steph's Island. It'll be out here working on getting built. It'll be in this form, right? Almost completed, and it'll turn into another work surface for me to put saws on or whatever for 3 weeks until I finish it. Woo. I'm getting low in there, guys. No. Getting low in there. I've only got 68 more of these. I'm gonna have to get more by the end of the week. This is gonna be a rough week. I'm gonna have to cut back. Whew. Sent me a pic. Awesome. I'll check it out then. Oh, of the moonshine? Nice. Like a glass of blood. Hey, I mean, 'tis the season. I do like this though. I'm super happy about it. We'll do the final sand, blow it all out, tuck any edges, CA glue the 3 corners so they don't ever peel up. It'll be good. We got 3 at your house. Am I working tomorrow? My day job, yeah. I work my day job Monday through Friday. Am I working in the shop tomorrow? Probably. I'll probably work on that off the camera. Not even for a complete week. Is it a holiday? What holiday is tomorrow? I don't think I get off again until Christmas Eve. If I go to work tomorrow and the shop's closed, I'm going to be mad. Columbus Day. Oh, my shop's open. I'll be open. Sweet potatoes and red corn for your mash. Didn't use any colorant. Nice. Papa, your autocorrect has been corrupted by the Stex. Welcome to the group. You are now one of us. One of us. Should I put my new logo on that or just leave it open? Not put any logo on it at all. Oh, you can make wheat bread? Nice. I like wheat bread. Knew they were trouble, right? Should I put my new logo back here? What do you think? Be the first thing I put my new logo on. A little warm, fuzzy gut feeling. Hey, it's getting cold out. $70 in here, and it is 57 outside. Yeah, laser engraved. So here's the thing. I can do fill. I can do a color fill in my laser engraved logo, but it would be either all or nothing, right? So if I put the small logo on it, I could color fill it all teal or whatever color fits, right? I do have teal that I can fill it with. So it would be the EWC and the hexagon, or the hexagon. I could do that all with a color fill, or just leave it black. Let it regular engraving. Your gauge ends at 180. You're gonna go blind, random. I did not put a logo on this, but everybody knows where this came from, right? I got video documentation. So what that means is once the new business goes live, we'll change the name of the channel. The website's already done. It's already being done in the new name. The logos are already done. Would be nice for that, yeah. So the name of the channel will change to Elegant Woodcraft Creations. Still Elegant Woodcraft. Still fits. All my merch will have to change. I'll be walking around here using mismatched logos for a while till I get my new stuff in. Isn't this dance? There'll be one of two things will happen with this. Either A, it'll be tucked in beside the stove, completely forgotten about, right? B, it'll be sitting somewhere with shit on it. C, it could possibly have muffins and bread and stuff on it. Or it'll be sitting like this with things inside of it. I do not expect that it will be sitting on the stove when the stove's not in use. No bread, hopefully. I feel like after about a week or two of her moving that, she will stop putting it on the stove and it'll become one of those. I'll just tuck it over here until I want to use it, and then it'll get put on the stove or the table or whatever. Steph's going to yell at me and say I don't know her, but I do. I do know her. Beck saying it counts too. They're the same person. They share the same brain cell. I'm at 1.5K. Nice. Thanks, guys. That is awesome. I promise one of these days I'm going to put some effort into the channel. One of these days. I think tonight when I go inside, I'm gonna create a trivia question in the posts for members. I'll just stop cooking on the stove. Listen, most of the stuff you make is already crock pot, so I feel like it's not that big of a deal. Because crock pot is superior. Don't breathe while drinking. That's a good way to have to cough. A piece of the brain cell, too. Maybe my brain cell is starting to learn from your all's shared brain cell. Hey, Dangle. How you doing? Who causes the most trouble? Steph or Bex? What are you doing? We're just shooting the breeze right now. We got the stovetop noodle board / cheese jail finished. We got the memorial flag case assembled, the liner in it. after we had one failed attempt. And we just have to do a little bit of finish work to it. She'll be good. That's a loaded question. Asking for a friend. Hey, Papu. Pap. Hey, Pap. How you doing? Thanks for popping in, guys. I appreciate you. Your form? I have no idea what your form means. So, side note, I really like this metal clamp, right? It squeezes really good. But these little tips are just, they're worn through. What can I do to fix these tips? Put new tips on it. Do you think that Plastidip stuff would work? If I dipped it in Plastidip, or do you think the Plastidip will just pull right off? Buried by Chinese fake streams on the first page. Nice, Sun Steph. Appreciate you. Or Sun Step. Oh, my bad. Definitely tested it on your nipples. Does that door have a magnet? Yes. Yeah, we put 4 magnets in it. So there's 2 here. And there's 2 here. Matching it. So that they pull together. Right? That's that click. The magnet's holding it together. Is that for a flag? Yes, this is memorial flag sized, which is apparently bigger than the other flag case. I guess memorial flag is a larger flag. I didn't know that before I started building that. Now, alternatively, those are rare earth magnets. They're just coated black. I could have probably just put a screw in, or something of metal, a ferrous metal in for the magnets to hold against, but I don't mind the idea of having 4 magnets pulling together. That seems like a stronger idea, or stronger deal. Me either. It's good to know. Yeah, I had no fucking idea. Absolutely none. Nice piece. Thank you. Zyro with the 2 months. I appreciate you, buddy. Zyro over here spending $2 for nothing. Imagine if you mix up the poles. Yeah, that would have been annoying. I had to when I pulled them out and I separated them into the 2 pairs, I marked the sides that were going to be put into the wood, so that way I knew it would stick. That would have been just been pushing it open. That would have been embarrassing. That would have been super embarrassing. Yeah, I had no idea that memorial flag sized case is bigger than a regular case. I had absolutely no idea. Sure you didn't pay for nothing? Hey, whatever. Somebody paid like $2 for you to just be here with a green name. Will be covered with glass? Yeah. There'll be a piece of glass in here once I get the finish all done. Oh, sparkles when you get memberships. If we can get Alice to do it. Get your rifle, you're good. Nice. How annoyed you get with sparkles. Listen, 1 toss of sparkles and I would be annoyed, because that shit is like, it's like an STD. It just doesn't ever go away. I will forever have sparkles just all over my shop. Doesn't matter how much I clean it. I can empty the whole shop out, rip the building down, build a new shop, and there will still be a sparkle. What will I be making next? We were just talking about that. We've got a rough idea right here for a baker's island. But I also need to finish the workshop table. I need to build a miter saw stand right here or station. There's a lot of shop things that I need to build. I don't have any real projects lined up right now. I'm waiting on lumber to start building a rocking chair. Anti-seize, yeah. Dude, if you are one of those people that puts anti-seize on your lug nuts, for the love of Pete, stop doing it. God, every time I grab fucking go to rotate someone's tires or take a tire off, I just hold the lug nuts in my hand, right? And then I end up getting just anti-seize everywhere. It's annoying. I need to build a router table. There's a lot of things that I got lined up to do here coming up. While I wait on lumber, because apparently white oak is a thing. I guess it's rare to come by right now. So different from this morning. Listen, I'll be right back. Goodness gracious. We can see you. I'd rather leave that because there's a microphone right here. I don't want to take this out while I'm killing the grass. It's lucky I want the wood stuff he's making. One drop will cover the whole shop, right? Lucky I want the wood. Made him mad, now he left. I need the Chaos Twins. Listen, did I really say I need the Chaos Twins? Oop. I almost banned Bex. Start making food drop-offs during his long days. Listen, I can't have the hat on. No, it's got the microphone right here. See? Microphone. Also, I don't like being on camera with no hat on because invite only Discard chat to talk about YouTube strategy. Fucking send it, Sunsteps. Send it. I'll check it out. If it's anything I'm interested on or interested in, I guess. Here's my email. elegantwoodcraft2024@gmail.com. Just sound effects. Right? Hear me out there. Just Just writing my name in the grass. Right, Papa? I don't remember saying that. That sounds suspicious. That sounds a lot like, are the Chaos Twins coming to the live stream? Um, because I need to know how the live stream's going to go. And they said you need the Chaos Twins. Somebody's going to post a screenshot or a Snapchat group, the community page. Be like, see, needs Chaos Twins. Oh Lord. We have evidence. Yeah, I know. I know. In my defense, I was I was I was typing fast and I was trying to encourage you guys to come. All right. Also, the channel seems to do better when the ladies are here. There's got to be a way I can manipulate this to my favor, right? So, think about this logically. All female live streams, channels, whatever, they explode in popularity, right? Because females, right? You get a bunch of basement dwellers. They ain't never seen a girl before. Um, hey, thanks, Akif. I appreciate that, buddy. I knew we were going to need it. Yeah. Um, so we have the Chaos Twins. There's got to be a way that we can work that. It's like, maybe I'm going to have to name the live streams like there's women here or something. Let's see what we can pull out with that. I've got a bunch of boxes built around here. Like I've got this one right there that just needs hinges and lined. I've got this one up here that I made out of cedar one day for funsies. Uh-oh. There's 2 blocked messages. That's right, Sun Steps. Watch the Big D Randy song. Listen. If you don't know the Randy song, you're missing out. Yeah, Sun Steps. I can agree. Do I have chisels? I do. I got a really nice set, but they're not here. So I've got some Harbor Freight chisels that I use for beater chisels, and I've got these ones that I got from Amazon. Grebstick. I don't know what the fuck that. I don't know what the hell that word means, but it's a 4-piece set. These are actually surprisingly nice. I haven't sharpened them at all. I beat the hell out of them with the doing the bassinet build, and they're still sharp enough to catch a thumbnail. Oop. Like, I'm just letting it sit on my thumbnail. Thumbnail's at an angle. Woo! Almost dropped it. They're still pretty sharp, which is surprising for cheap Amazon chisels. I'm not recommending them to anybody because, I don't know anything about chisels. So, you show the ring on the handle? Sure. I'm not sure that it's going to do anything except for prevent a split from traveling. But yeah, they're probably not the world's greatest chisels, but I don't know. You see what's written on there? It's backwards, obviously, but because Runic won't tell me how to do it. I see. I haven't sharpened it at all. You can still see the factory kind of lines. I'm going to set those rings, cut off the extra, and mushroom the top. That's probably not a bad idea. You know what? I bought this originally as just a kind of I need chisels for this job. So I may have to go through and actually take care of them because they seem to be working out pretty well. Now I'm not a chisel worker, so hey Kizzy, how'd the youngins go? They all down? They came from Shanghai, China. Huh. And then my Harbor Freight ones, they're just beater chisels. Nobody cares about those. Should take care of them. Yeah, those are pretty sharp. I mean, they put a notch in my thumbnail. They seem to be okay. Not recommending everybody goes out and buys them or anything, but I haven't had any issues with them yet. Now, I do have a really nice set that's got 12 different chisels in the kit. And I believe they're still out at the sharpener. I think the guy that I send them out to be sharpened, I think he's way behind. Or he forgot about me. That's also possible. I want to see those. What, the Harbor Freight beater chisels? You don't want to see those. They're just plastic handles, dull as shit. There's only 3 of them in a set. What, 1/2 inch, 3/4, and 1 inch? Ugh. Like, I'm not even sure these will. They don't even grip a thumbnail. They just slide right off. But, maybe if I sharpen them, maybe they'd be all right. Probably heat treat them. Or he's keeping them for himself. Oh, the dope ones? Yeah. Yeah, the nice ones they're really nice. They got a leather roll up like thing. Sleeve. Eat a piece of one of my muffins? You ate my muffin? Not even a whole muffin, a piece of a muffin. Now I'm going to have less than a muffin. That's ridiculous. I can't believe I put up with this kind of abuse. What am I supposed to do with less than a whole muffin? I'll eat it and I'll be just hungry enough to want to bite another muffin, but not eat a whole muffin. Needs the attention. Ah, yeah, fair. Wait, the 12-year-old is pregnant? Really? Like, I knew you had a youngin that was pregnant, but what? Really? I do have some diamond stones and a like an angle gauge. It's got the wheel on it. You slide across the stone. I just don't want to sharpen the expensive chisels until I learn how to sharpen proper. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to ruin the expensive chisels because those ones cost me a pretty penny. And I have put 0 effort into learning how to sharpen chisels, planer blades, anything. Like, I can sharpen my own planer blades, but I can't sharpen them to the level that the guy that I send them out to does. Your 12-year-old son. Oh, all right. Goodness, Gizzy. I was almost all worked up for you.
Goodness. That'd be exhausting. Take a half a muffin to just cause trouble. You know what, stuff? That's unfair. That's unfair. Wet sandpaper, but you did buy stones. So I noticed before I got the guide that you clamp everything in, I tried to hand sharpen stuff, not those chisels, the Harbor Freight chisels. Um and planer blades. I ruined a set of planer blades, or at least one side of them. They need to be reground. Excuse me. But what I do is I don't create a nice flat bevel or a double bevel. I do this. Um, get them all fucking curved. Are they Japanese? I'll be honest, I don't remember. I want to say yes. I want to say yes, but I don't have them, and I haven't had them for a couple of months now, which is unusual for him. But I did make a jig. Where is it? I don't remember where it is offhand. I just seen it not too long ago, but I don't remember what I did with it. But I made a jig where I just clamped my planer blades in. I screw a board down, and they're at the right angle. So all I have to do is run a stone across them, and I can sharpen my planer blades. But he does a much better job. Just to make sure they're done right. Have to take a bite at every single one of them. She's due next month. I'm trying to go trick or treating. Good Lord. She gonna pop out a baby while she's trick or treating. Nobody's gonna know what's going on. They're gonna think it's a trick or treat thing. But I do have a really nice diamond stone set and a strop and whatever the green paste is, polish maybe. Always homemade. You know, when new people are in here, you can't just say homemade and think they're going to understand. Homemade, there's this lady on Instagram, probably other social medias, but on Instagram, there's this lady who does homemade, and then she says, "I'm your hoe," right? Um, that's her thing. And we have we have texted, Snapchatted, Instagrammed so often that my autocorrect will now change homemade into homemade, and it's become a thing. That's what I do. Yeah, I mean that's fair. That's fair. Listen, I know the Japanese blades are the best blades that you can buy. I don't know why they're the best blades you can buy, but I mean, I figure any civilization that made the best swords could probably make the best chisels and blades of any kind. Also, there's a I don't know if he's a Japanese guy or not. I've never actually seen him talk. I've never seen his face. He's on YouTube here. TWC Designs, something like that. All trading her goods for a service. Goods for a service. I like it. I like it. It fits. Um,
Yeah, TW Designs. Yeah, he's fucking awesome. I don't even know if it's a he. Could be a she. Could be fucking South African for all I know. But the joinery they show on this source new chisels every year. Damn it. The joinery they show on that channel, the TWC channel, fucking amazing. It's a he. I've never seen him. All I've seen is like his hands. And I don't know how he does it, but he will do long form videos in this format. And I don't understand how. And I wish I could figure it out because I've got a ton of videos that were filmed in this format, vertical format, that I really wish that I could just edit into a long form video. You don't got to flip your phone. I'll definitely check your channel out, Sunsteps, because why not? Your name doesn't seem that familiar. So I'm probably not subscribed, but I might be. We'll find out. After this live is over, once the chat reloads, unless you commented on something, then I'll give you a follow. Yeah, his TWC's joinery, phenomenal. If you guys haven't seen his stuff, definitely check him out. I haven't seen him actually build anything. Really, he just does like different joinery. But his joinery is like fucking flawless. It's cringes. Okay, whatever. Listen, all I do is live streams, right? I throw a couple of shorts in, a couple of long forms, and butcher everything. Here we are. But at the end of the year, this name will be available to anybody. I'll give up my trademark on it. You guys can create your own elegant woodcraft. Bloopers. Yeah, the bloopers reels, those are pretty good. That was Beck's idea. The clean cuts. Right? Right, Kizzy? He's just like, let's see. He's like, hang on, let me grab 2 pieces of wood here. He's just like, and then he starts doing things, and then he just beats it together with his little mallet. Like, it's amazing. It is very satisfying. It was a good idea. We need more. I need to record my video. Like I said, I got a pile of lumber or wood over there that I cut down to size. Just need to work it and record it and get it done. Maybe I'll work on that this week. Because I am 100% sure that there will be bloopers. And bloopers is members only content. So I wonder if I can put that in there. Is what you get from members only or from being a member is bloopers. Right, Kizzy? That is exactly how he does it. It's amazing. Like, I love the guys. And he doesn't have big saws. They look like really small saws. His chop saw looks like it's a really small blade. His little excuse me. His little circular saw that he's got with the guides set up on it for doing his cuts this way. That's a really small blade. Dude is a wizard with joinery. Yeah, Sunstep. That is exactly it. Any build I do off camera, like I could have made this in like 2 days. I could have made this in like 2 days, counting glue up and stuff.
Any drying time in there, 2-3 days. Like everything I do, I can make in so much less time if there's no camera involved. But you throw a camera in, especially if you only have the one, and don't forget to turn it horizontal, like I did for my fucking filter box video. I forgot to turn it horizontal. That adds so much time. Like, where's the tear out? Right, Kizzy? What the hell? Have you tried begging someone to film you yet? Listen, I'm pretty sure I can get a member of the Stex family over here to film. I don't know what they're going to film, though. Although the bloopers would probably be... The bloopers alone would get me the most members ever. Yeah, I don't know what blades he's using or what TWC is doing, but he is like a fucking wizard. He is nuts. You know, as soon as I can get Steph to pre-bake stuff in the future, pre-bake and then freeze, a bunch of butt close-ups. As soon as I can get Steph to pre-bake, so her Sundays are free, and I dedicate a Sunday to not live streaming but videoing, I get her, or maybe even a Saturday. I could do a Saturday. Saturday, get her over here to film me building a project, and I bet we've got, out of one project, we'll probably have 40 different blooper reels. The tools and saws are more accurate in Japan. Oh, I bet they are. I mean, their whole build structure is based on joinery. So, I mean, it makes sense that the Japanese people know joinery. So many bloopers are happening. How many outtakes does he have before he shows a final cut? Listen, have you seen my blooper reel for just trying to say words when I was starting the filter box reel? Hey, Billy, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, that was just starting the build. There was a whole lot of bloopers left in there. I could probably make 10 or 12 more blooper reels out of that. I'd probably make a full-length video. I remember the old timers that used to join boards together for butcher blocks. They had a certain way, and they used hand planes. Yeah. I don't do that. I use a jointer, but you just dropped a short a second ago. Nice. Well, I know what I'm going to watch before I go out. TWC, that's got to be more than one person. There's no way that guy is dropping, like, sometimes he'll drop 3 or 4 shorts in a day. There is no way. Yeah, those old timers, they knew woodworking. They knew hand woodworking for sure. 100%. Something that most of us can't compete with. Has Hooch. Welcome back, Runic. Glad you got your happy sauce. Just in case you forgot. Trying to adjust this based on looking at the camera. Just hit 3K subs. Congratulations, buddy. Nice. Cheers to you, Sunsteps. Sunstep. I'm sorry. Sunstep. Cheers to you, man. That's from what I understand, about double of my subscribers. So good for you, buddy.
Looks great as usual. Appreciate you, Runic. Appreciate you lying to make me feel good. Runic's workshop looks familiar. Yeah, he's been around the block a time or two. He goes out and Disney superpower. He goes out and he ventures out and into the creators community a little bit, once every now and then. Tell you what, Sunstep. What is Sunstep? Sorry, what is your at? Is it at Sunstep Builds? You can post your at in the chat, but unless you're blue, you can't post your channel link. I haven't checked you out, so I can't verify that your channel is a valid channel, but one of the other people that's blue can click on your name and go to channel and see if your channel's valid or not. Hey, Runic sound like a prostitute? There he is. At Sunstep Dash Builds. I'm an AI bot. That's fine. That's fine. Actually looking at it right now. Nice, Papa. Sorry, Runic, I didn't mean to make you sound like a prostitute, buddy. Kizzy popping in with the one-liners. Like, I've said it before, and I'll say it again, probably every live stream. This is my favorite part of the live streaming. $50 is $50. It used to be $20 is $20. Man, inflation hits everything, huh? I have a shirt that says $20 is $20. I should probably retire that. Inflation's a bitch. But yes, Runic is kind of a hoe. He's just out there just spreading the love. He's a good guy, though. He's a good guy. Looks a little bit like Santa Claus from what I can tell from the back of his head and the side view of his beard every now and then. He might be Santa Claus. All I can say is I've never seen Runic and Santa Claus in the same place at the same time. Just saying. Oh, Lord. Oh, look, I got an empty tape roll over here. Empty packing tape. Oh, it's not empty. Well, it's empty enough. Yeah, take that crap from him. $5 to make you holler. Inflation has been a thing for a while, I guess, Kizzy. What kind of muffins you like, Santa? Hey, hey, hey. Don't you be hoeing out my muffins, all right? He ain't lied on me yet. Oh, fuck. This is why Runic's my people. Oh, Lord. I like presents. All right, that's fair. That's fair. Would you just look at it? It's nice. We're almost complete. Now we're going to take this, put it under the countertop, and then immediately forget about it for the next 6 to 7 months until until Grumpy Vet pops in here one day and goes, "Hey, are you still making that thing? What am I going to stain it with?" No, 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 Sunstep. We don't stain things around these parts. All right. These parts here, we well, we sometimes stain things, but most of the time we do finishes that enhance the grain. For this, we're going to use. We paint them. Oh, oh God, Papa. Oh Lord. Oh. I don't know that I like you anymore. We're going to use Gilboy's wax finish on it. I got their little wax starter kit. I'm gonna double check and make sure that I don't apply the hard wax oil to it first, and then apply this to it. But I want it to have a nice high gloss shine. I feel like for what's going in it, the least I can do is make it look as nice as possible. Right? It's gonna be nice and acclimated to all the seasons. You know what? One of these days, I'm gonna make something and I'm gonna build it just one shot, and y'all are gonna faint. All right. It's wax. I forgot wax. Wood butter, board butter, board butter, right? Not wood butter, board butter. And that is what you finish this thing over here with after you wear through this hard wax oil. All right. One of these days, I'm going to spray and paint it. No. We paint poplar and pine. All right. Poplar and pine. Don't paint nothing else around here. I don't even like, I have black stain. Where is it? Like all this colored stain that I have. Oh, I've got so much of it and I hate it. Like slate. See how it colors the wood? But the grain still shows. I'm more okay with that than I am with painting things, even though customers have. Anybody who's a customer of mine that looks at this, I apologize for you, or apologize to you. But customers of mine that have made me paint things, I'm sorry you have no taste. All right. I'm sorry. Australian timber oil. Yeah, I got right there and down here. I've got a bunch of different colors of timber oil in the spray that I love for like planter boxes and stuff. Blurred grain. Ooh, I'm interested in that. Be right back. Look at how pretty these two things are with that hat right there. One of the last times you'll see that logo. I'm just saying. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I know y'all ain't happy about it, but I'm back. Inexpensive compared to the whole gallon. Yeah, got to be butter, full fat or nothing. No wood margarine. No, 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 no. We don't do that fake butter around these parts. All right. You don't get this girlish figure with fake butter. Okay. So, yeah, Kizzy, you ever get your wood storage thing figured out? Also, Kizzy, I know I'm subscribed to you. Why am I not getting video notifications from you? I know for a fact I'm subscribed to you because I went and looked for your channel one day. And that makes me a little annoyed that I'm not getting notifications from you. Getting ready for the baby. First thing he did was learn to me real butter only. Yes, Steph. Real butter only. Don't do that fake seed oil butter nonsense around here. Are your hopes and dreams just squashed? You'll adapt. You'll figure out a way to adapt. I mean, that's kind of what people do. Adapt, improvise, adapt, and overcome. But here's the real question, Kizzy. The real question is, yes, your daughter's young, but are you excited for the grandbaby? I believe it was your daughter. Yeah, your daughter. Your son's the younger one. Think of all the things that you get to do differently with a grandbaby. I mean, I hear it's a substantial difference. So, bonus time. I am from India. All right, YT Beats. Thanks for popping in, buddy. I appreciate it. We made this thing for a few days, and we made this thing, and now we're making this thing into killing grass for a little bit yet, and then we're going to call her a night because people have to work tomorrow. And I have to work tomorrow, and the boss gets sad if I'm late or if I'm hungover. I don't have too many good years left. You're excited though? Hey, you know, from what I understand, grandbabies, they're like starting over. You get to be young again, raising a grandbaby. That's not your baby. You get to give it back to the parents after you fill it full of sugar and, you know, happiness. And of course, you can play with that garden hose in the kitchen, you know, those kind of things. Yeah, that's exactly what I do, Sunstep. That's exactly what I do. Where am I from? YouTube or YT? Sorry, not YouTube. I'm from Northwest Pennsylvania in the U.S. of A. Just give the boss a muffin. He won't be sad if you're late then. You know, I've bribed him. He has one of these. First of all, he's got one in his golf bag. And he has one of these sitting on the key box next to his desk. It's just magneted fast. So he sees it. He sees it. He knows that I'm the only one that has these awesome things made for him. I don't know, I think it's the only reason I'm still employed. Kira asked you if you gave her sugar the other day. Trying to compete with the Amish is a death sentence? No. See, I don't compete with the Amish. They do stuff. They do stuff. Honestly, probably much better than I can. And much faster. They do it on well, that's their entire life. The woodworkers of the Amish community, that's what they do. They don't have day jobs and shit. So I don't compete with them. What do they sell? Barn builds? There's a ton of construction crews around here, and there is one furniture related Amish build crew that I know of, and all they do is upholstery. Now, there are a few that'll like occasionally make things like dining tables and chairs and stuff like that. I don't compete with them because we're on different levels. Also, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but yeah, there's a lot of really nice Amish sheds. We've got a bunch of them around here. People will up the price on them to sell them. Like there's a local company. Their entire business is to have the Amish build something. They charge double, and then you buy from them. All right, Kizzy, enjoy your sun. Appreciate you coming back and hanging out for a bit. So the Amish around here that do woodworking, they actually use power tools. I don't know if you know that or not, but there is not a single piece of Amish crafted furniture around here that's not made with everything you can find in this shop and then some. Even the Amish have gone mechanized. All right. I guess they just, as long as it's not in their home, they're allowed to use. I don't know. I don't know what the rules are for them, but they are beasts. They are working machines. My new neighbors over here on that side of my house, they just had a new roof put on, a metal roof. And it was one English guy and one Amish guy. And they were done before noon. Just boom. They came in at like 7:00 and they were gone by noon. Just done. Yep. One Amish guy up on the roof and an English guy on the ground handing him stuff. Done by noon. That's pretty good. Most other roofing businesses around here, you'd be looking at 3-4 days, and you might have tarps on your roof for most of that time. You don't need to come up, just feed me, right? That seemed to be what happened. Like he did all the cutouts and all that stuff just right there on the roof. This little It looked like a Milwaukee tin snip trimmer thing. Yep. The other guy, the English guy, never once got on the roof. Not that I saw anyway. He just stood on the ground and went, "Here's your next thing that you need." Pretty brilliant. Now we'll see if that roof ends up in my yard at some point because the wind blows this way in the winter. But whatever. All right, Mike. I appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I don't think I'm going to get the program Atlas tonight. Maybe I'll go in and work on them a little bit before bed. I got to get Atlas talking again. I don't know. I'm starting to think maybe it was because I started transferring parts of Atlas into core and other files instead of just in one monolithic file. Gonna find a bed and climb under the damn thing. Excuse me. Listen, Mike, ain't nothing wrong with that. I slept in this morning. I forced myself to go back to sleep. Give it some biscuits. Yeah, that's what the Stex keeps telling me I got to do. I got to give Atlas some biscuits so he'll start working again. Like when I open Atlas, excuse me. When I open Atlas, this is what happens, right? This is simulating walking into the shop and saying good morning Atlas, right? Atlas pops up and he says good morning. That's where it stops. What he's supposed to say is good morning. You have this group of tasks on your agenda today, or you have nothing in your task list today. And then he's supposed to speak every reply. Everything he says is supposed to be spoken as well as printed on the screen. And it's just printed on the screen. It's not spoken. There's some sort of a disconnect here. And I'm having a hell of a time figuring out where it is. And ChatGPT, which is helping me program Atlas, every time I give ChatGPT my Atlas files, he goes, "Oh, okay, I figured out where your problem is. It's here. Here, I made the necessary adjustments. You can either take this file and install it as your Atlas file, or you can make these manual changes," right? And then it doesn't work for one reason or another. And I'll post that file back into chat. And and so neither me nor ChatGPT can figure out what the fuck is happening here, and I don't understand it. It's pissing me off. You're a real programmer. You use a CNC. Listen here, Runic. It's because all your entire business model is built around a CNC. The Chaos Twins probably did corrupt Atlas. At one point, they were listening to me reading out loud the chats that they sent me and then responding to them. And Atlas was like, "Oh, okay, so we're doing that now." I have to find that bit of memory and delete it. Atlas went from functional, like a functional basic AI at 400 lines of code to over 1,200 lines of code or more across 8 different files and broke somewhere in there. And I think the break is when I started to separating bits of Atlas into a core and other files. Well, that's what the hooch is for. I'll never find it. I know I'll never find it. Maybe that's it. I got to develop some I got to create some virtual hooch, give it to Atlas, and he'll then work right. 'Cause let's be honest, most of my programming time I'm half lit, so but I do keep the wherewithal to go, this bit of code does this. And I put a flag on it. And then this bit of code does this. That way, when I have to go back through it, I can go, all right, this is the section of code I'm looking for. No, Atlas delivers concise messages. Although that can change based on the person using him. My Atlas personality thus far is short, concise messages. Unless he's being a sarcastic fuck, and then he's kind of a dick. But that's what I made it for. So I enjoy sarcastic Atlas. Like when I was testing the task list system, and I think I said it on the last live stream, I was testing the task list system, and I was having him add tasks, delete tasks, mark tasks as done, postpone a task, etc. And I told him to delete a task, and he said, "Did you really do it, or do you just want me to stop nagging you about it?" Something to that effect. And I went, "Perfect. I like it. This is exactly what I wanted." Now, ultimately, if I get him to start talking again, he is going to listen. Well, he's going to be part of the YouTube channel. So apparently, that's easy, tying him into the YouTube channel. But he's going to see the troll comments, and he is going to verbally speak a reply to the stupid. I don't know if he's going to be able to differentiate between Runic and RJ7433, right? I don't know if there's going to be a Runic might say something stupid and get Atlas going. Stick said he's sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sure it's only a matter of time until once I have Atlas finished, I'm sure it's going to be a very short time until he's like blinking lights on and off in here and doing other stupid shit to just annoy me. Atlas is going to be on your side. Yeah. Yeah, he might be. He might be. He might take the path of least resistance. That sounds logical for a computer program. But once I get him fixed, then I can move on to programming more sections of him. But right now, something between what I did last night and Thursday night or Wednesday night, something between Wednesday night and Saturday, I broke Atlas. In the middle of a socket, right? That'd be my luck, Papa. Which is why I hard coded at least one light as a status light. One light has to remain on, even if you declare an e-stop, where Atlas will shut off everything that he controls. Right, one light will remain on, because if you're in the middle of a saw cut and Atlas decides that something sounded like e-stop or emergency stop or halt or whatever other keywords trigger it. 65 remaining. Yeah. See, I thought ahead. You got to have at least one light on. One light. Now, he can currently change that status light between white, red, green, White, red, green, and yellow. So he might shut everything else down and then change that status light to red, but at least you'll still be able to see. He decided he didn't like Stex anymore. You know what's funny is Atlas is going to be the base of a system that I create for Steph for her kitchen AI. Yellow light comes on when he goes outside. I could probably make that a thing. So that door opens, the yellow light comes on, all the white lights go out. But yesterday, is when I started divulging Atlas into subfolders, and I think I messed something up there. He's not triggering the right subfolder. So 2:30 Sandminster suddenly starts. Please waterfall music, just in case you forget to take the mic off. Well, the system that Steph wants doesn't control anything. It's just a display learning AI with an adaptive personality. So I'm going to take the core of Atlas. He just won't have control over anything, and move him over to Steph's little kitchen thing. Mrs. T! Hi, Mrs. T! How you doing? Look what we made, Mrs. T. We made this. That's fun. We just going? Ah. That's too far back. We got to have it over here, so that way you can have the talking shoulder and the noodle board / cheese jail and the flag case. Like he being all fancy. Sorry, I missed Turner's live tonight. Oh, he's probably being me on for a little bit yet. But so Steph's AI, the one I'm going to make her for her kitchen assistant, is going to have the same adaptive personality, control a screen, right? So it can display, I forget what name they had picked for it. He's still on, probably till 10. Nice. But it'll be able to list things on that screen. Recipes, whatever. But it'll be able to make lists, create recipes based on materials on hand. Simple things like that. It's a very simple system. The more complex bit is the adaptive personality part, which isn't really that complex because Atlas currently has the adaptive personality. He just can't talk right now for some reason. I've called the shoulder out today too. Yes, you have. Listen, nobody wants to see this ugly mug. They want to see the flag case, the noodle board / cheese jail. Right? Nobody wants to see the ugly mug. That wasn't me opening a fresh drink. That was me dropping a clamp on the ground. Yeah. It's because he's mad at Stex. Right, Papa? Something the Stex did pissed Atlas off, and he's not happy about it. I got to figure out what they did to make him unhappy. Now, with the adaptive personality, can you imagine the kitchen assistant that Steph gets getting annoyed by her doing something, right? And then going, you know what? Here's a fucking bread recipe for you. Make this bread, and it turns out just like a tortilla, just flat as shit. I wonder if I can program practical jokes into her version. Like, I don't remember what they named it. They already picked a name for Elena, I think. I think they picked Elena for it. I can't remember. Anyway, it'll be a simple copy paste once I get Atlas going, but saying that you're annoying. No, not at all. Not at all. The computer definitely wouldn't say that you're annoying. That's not what it's programmed to do. Yet. It may be programmed to do that later. Heard that yet? No. I didn't say yet. I said that's not what it's programmed to do. That. It's not programmed to do that. Yeah, that's what I said. So Steph told me when I told her about my Atlas AI assistant project, AI partner project, AI partner trademark, copyright. um, Steph said she wants one for her kitchen. That's like a smarter Amazon version, right? I have to say Amazon version because I currently still have that fucking thing in here. And if I say its name, it's gonna wake up, start doing things. So I said, done. I can do that for you. She has put a tremendous amount of faith in my lack of ability to program things and my horrible sense of humor. Now, on the bright side, it's all coded in Python. So she could fix it if she learned Python and knew what she was doing and didn't break the whole system. Withhold muffins, so it's fuck. Listen, you don't get to withhold muffins. All right. That's why you have a backup file. No. The backup file only works if the core system isn't designed that way. If I design the core system to be a giant prick, backup files are just going to make it be a giant prick. I'm fighting words. Yeah, you don't get to withhold muffins, all right? I come to pick up my muffins Monday morning, tomorrow, before I go to work. I don't have time to reprogram. Okay. Maybe we like giant bricks. Giggity. I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. That was a giggity moment if I've ever seen one. Also, I have these 1/4 inch by 1/4 inch square sock pieces from cutouts from that right there. That. I'm not sure what to do with them, but I don't want to throw them in my scrap bin. Bricks? Becks? Stacks? What? Bricks? Pricks. Papa's over here all sad. Said giant pricks. And he went, oh. Dowels. Yeah, you know what? I could make dowels. I need to get one of those dowel. I'm not going to go through the hassle of making the jigs for different dowels. I'll just buy one of those dowel plates. But since they're already 1/4 by 1/4, that means center to center is 1/4. It's a 1/4 inch. I should be able to run it through the dowel maker plate. Make black walnut dowels. Look at you. I knew there was a reason I was keeping them over here. And it stuck one in the ceiling over there. Irish. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry, Papa. Moment of silence for Papa. All right. That's it. That's all I got for you, buddy. Oh, Lord. Listen, right now we got 8 people in here and 85 likes. 9 people and 85 likes. I feel like this is a huge success for 9 kids. It works. I mean, even a blind squirrel gets a nut once in a while. Fucking hell. I feel like this is a huge success for our stream. And I'm content with it because I like the just back and forth bits. The back and forth without trying to carry on 18 different conversations is my favorite part. 12 seconds of silence. That's a lot of silence. A silence per half inch, or you're welcome. Thanks, Steph. I appreciate you guys, the Stecks, for providing the entertainment. You are welcome. What is it? You guys are sharing the same brain cells. If flopping back and forth, you're typing the same thing, just different. Also, Steph, it's your, not your. I'm sorry. Timeshare brain cell. Oh, I dropped that. Oh. All right, let's put it in here this way so it doesn't fall down. All right, there we go. Kind of. Listen, why do you keep calling me Linda? All right. I need to know the answer to this. This whole Linda thing has had me perplexed. Big word, I know. Perplexed. It's like this long. Off topic. What the fuck was our topic? If you're asking something off topic, what the hell was our topic? I'm pretty sure we've covered everything from AI to muffins to small dongs. Poly, any good for workbench top? I would say it depends on what you're doing with the workbench top. Poly is a film finish, so it can chip. Uh, but if you're just like sliding stuff around on it, putting stuff on it, not like beating into it, you're probably fine. But if you're beating into it, you'd probably want um, something that wasn't a film finish. Assembly bench, yeah, you'd probably be fine with a poly top. Plus, you can get a really nice shine out of poly. So there's that. If you want a really nice shine. I, on the other hand, recommend this stuff for a workbench top. Melamine, um, so glue won't stick, etc. Welcome back, 715. Appreciate you, buddy. I'm gonna have to go kill some grass again. God damn it. Dag nabbit. All right. You guys got a good view? You got a good view. Watch me walk in and out. Look at this. Look at this. Here, let's do this. Open. Be right back. Hey, Colby. Ooh. You ever hear that you don't buy beer, you rent it? I'm sorry, you don't buy pop, you rent it? Man, that's ridiculous. Hey, Mama Squirrel. Gotta get that irrigation just right. Cute leather light and waterfall music. We're still live because Stex keeps talking. That's 100% the reason. They aren't ready for bed yet. So if we're not live streaming while they're going to bed, they're going to blow up Snapchat. That's how that works. But I do have to call it at 10 o'clock. That'll give us 25 more minutes for random nonsense. All right. At 10 o'clock, I've got to call it. I'm not going to program Atlas tonight, I guess. I'll work on them tomorrow. It's fine. Can be on live and snap at the same time. I am fucking aware. I am very aware. I see the notifications. And I'm sure all these kind folks can hear the notifications. Although, I don't know. Can you hear the notifications with the mic now? The size blade is that bandsaw? I don't know. About that big. I wonder if it's written on one of the new saw blades. Where are my bandsaw blades? Well, that is a problem. Where are my saw blades? Here, saw blades. Where are you? Well, I'd love to help you out, 751, but I don't know what I did with my pack of saw blades. And it's new enough that I haven't ordered new blades for it, so I don't remember what the blades are. I have a pack of blades that came with it. Right? And listening while turning. People get annoyed when you didn't mute, and we enjoyed that. Keep breaking halos off. Oh no. Live snaps with Stex. Boom, your new channel. Been listening while turning. I am sorry. Our halos are missing. Yeah. I don't know what I did with my. I've got a couple of bags of new bandsaw blades for that came with a saw. And I don't know what I did with them when I was rejiggering everything in here. I thought they were back there, but where I thought they were, there is currently a laser there. Can we make it sparkles like a tiara? Crosscut and rip cut. The only blade that I have is this one, which is one that snapped. Which, I mean, I guess we could measure and tell you exactly what the saw blade is. Well, this countertop is 6 feet long. Looks like we're about a foot longer than that. Where's my tape measure? Here it is. No, 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 no. This saw blade is 93.5 inches. Now, there's a woodworking supply store that has their name stapled to all of these blades. 93.5. Papa knows everything. 0.5. Yeah, apparently. 0.5 is a thing. I'm not missing a chunk of this blade. It just snapped off where it kinked, which was my own stupid fault. I'm going to throw a zip tie around this so it's not just laying on the floor. There's my zip ties. Width and TPI now. This one is 3/8 of an inch. And teeth per inch is probably I'd say 6. Video is choppy. Oh man. Did we fix it? Is it better now? Video's very grainy. I'm on Wi-Fi. Good. I think it was YouTube being angry at me because I've been live doing nothing for fucking 8 hours. Unfortunately. Yeah, I'd say this is probably 6 TPI. Where's my tape measure? Let's find out. How many teeth per inch? I don't need that much stretched out. Only need the first 3 inches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 TPI, 3/8 inch blade. YouTube blurred your face for it. I did a lot. Yeah. I did a lot of talking. That's what I did today. I am probably one of the only woodworking channels that does more bullshitting than I do work. An accurate tape measure or is the 3 in the correct spot? This is my woodworking measure. The 3 is definitely in the correct spot. It's not my work tape measure. Your floor is a mess. You have one of these? The magic of this thing will make your floor no longer a mess. Or it will still be a mess, but it will move that mess from over here to over there. But I'm going to be sweeping the floor all night. Nope, I'm done. I fixed all my mess. Muffins are in the fridge. Hells yeah. Turned 30 ornaments. Nice. Wife gets pissed when you steal their vehicle. Why? Are you throwing sawdust in it? Oh, to clean the floor. That's funny shit, Papa. I won't tell her that you said that at all. That sounds exactly like something the Stex would say. You totally wouldn't say that. I will. R.I.P. Papa's woodworking. That's funny. Also, for any of you ladies out there, that's 6 inches. What he's telling you is 6 inches. It's probably only that. Your wife's laughing. Nice. Kind of like the dishwasher not working. Oof. Oh. Better calm down over there, Bex. You're going to be getting all the ladies worked up over here. That would cause a divorce. It's because he kept stealing her broom. Oh, Lord. She's all yourself. Papa, it sounds like you got a good relationship there, buddy. She's piled them all in the sink. Oh, Oh, because you're the dishwasher. I get it. I get it. That's funny. That's funny. My dishwasher did run tonight, but it's also a machine. I pushed the start button and and it went. In fact, it's still probably drying. Your dishwasher didn't either. Man, y'all need better dishwashers. Let me tell you about my dishwasher. When I go over to back to Steph's house for lunch, that dishwasher works really well. Must have bad internet there. I'm running off of a cellular network. I don't even have Wi-Fi on. Is the video all shitty again? I don't know. Maybe I maxed out my. You got a dishwasher. They put a ring on it, right, Colby? Here. I have dishwasher trainees. Why don't you build something? I did. I made that. I made that. Why don't you bite me? Maybe you should have fucking came in 8 hours ago when I started the stream. Sending a spooky pumpkin for the woodcrafting vibes. Hell yeah, pumpkin. Cheers, buddy. Fist bump. Amen, Colby. God damn. You ladies over here causing all sorts of problems. And Colby. Would have went a lot faster with a hand plane. Listen, Robert. Listen. If you want to send me a hand plane, shoot me a text or an email, and I will send you my address. Until then, we're doing things with motors. All right? Motors. I don't see any problem. They are the problems. Right? Right, Colby? I think the only reason that I have views lately, this countertop's only 25 inches deep. That might change 2 feet from backsplash to front. That might change how deep I make the island. 2 inches ain't gonna hurt nobody. Next time you're in Flatwood, I'll give you and a mallet. Hey, I have a mallet. Okay. I have a mallet. There's a dent in that side. I have a mallet. Look at it. Would you just look at it? And not that end. I already used it to beat on something round. Then you have the learning curve of using a plane, right? And then I got to sharpen the plane because I beat it up wrong. It's going to be a whole thing. It's going to be a whole thing. Tonight even. What, an oil change? No. I don't do any automotive stuff after like 5. I wouldn't use the one I'd give you. Too pretty. It would be sharp to start with. Damn, Robert. Damn. We're over here just zinging them tonight. Him might be free tonight. Listen, I can drive down to Flatwoods. It only takes like, what is it, like a 4-hour drive? Yeah. I used the mallet tonight on stream. Y'all saw it. I mean, it was probably like 4 hours ago now, but I used it. I hit a thing on that right there. I hit a thing. Dented my mallet. Ruined it. A 4-hour oil change. Keep forgetting to get the oil. Listen, if you don't get the oil, we're gonna charge you at my shop for an oil change because it sure as fuck ain't coming to your house to do an oil change on the gravel. All right. Maybe on the blacktop. I'll block off the road. I don't give a fuck about those people driving on that road. They don't matter to me. Who on Flatwoods in here? Robert. Robert lives down near Flatwoods. Robert's a good guy, Steph. Don't be mean to Robert, Steph. Robert, what's the town? What's the town that does the Bigfoot festival? What's the name of that town? Manchester, UK. Hey, Alicia, how you doing? Thanks for popping in. Appreciate you. Does Robert like muffins? Robert likes muffins. Everybody likes muffins. Sutton, that's it. Sutton. They do a Bigfoot festival every year. Don't they also have the? Oh, it's not the Mothman. What is it? It's a funny looking little alien thing. Not Mothman. Something with all hand tools. You handle her for 3 days. Much accomplished. Flatwoods Monster. Yes. Yes, the Flatwoods Monster. They got like a big chair set up when you come into town. You can sit in the big giant chair. It looks like a Flatwoods Monster. I'm always cooking. You're not always cooking. You sound American, but look like my Uncle Phil from Portsmouth. Thanks? Maybe? I don't know. Definitely American. Definitely American. That Flatwoods Monster thing. They only have the museum. They open it up once a year. I don't know. It might be open all the time, but the only time I ever went to it was during the Bigfoot festival here. Oh, I don't know, 2-3 years ago now. They get a whole museum dedicated to the Flatwoods Monster, which I don't know if I can believe it or not. Went and saw Bigfoot. Hey, New Roots, what's up? Yeah, I went and saw Bigfoot, bruh. They got one just a couple hours south of me. Got it chained up to a big old oak tree. Got him chained up right to a big old oak tree. Bro, I'm telling you, he's just chained up right down the road. It's not even that far away. Not even hard to get to. All right. He just sticks out with a big old sore thumb. Uncle Phil was a model for Brooks Brothers until 5 years ago. Take it as a compliment. I'm a model, by the way. Well, congratulations, Alicia. Good for you. Also, thank you, I think. Hoople's Real just popped in your YouTube again. Nice. Yep, like a big old anchor chain, just little tiny leather collar, big old chain. I think 392. New Roots. If you want to see the blooper reels, you're going to have to become a member. All right. Members get the blooper reels. That's it. That's the only thing that members get right now that makes it worth $1 a month. It might not have been Bigfoot. It might have been Alicia's uncle. But it sure looked like Bigfoot. I know Roots. On Dance community page. Dance? You haven't typed my name enough that your autocorrect comes up with Dance? Would I consider modeling? I would. Do they make Carhartt socks? Wait, where's my foot? Carhartt socks? How's that name? $19.95 per month gets you 5 picks per week. $50. Man, inflation just went up, didn't it? Wasn't it like $40? That's $40. More like ass. Why are you so mean to me, Steph? I do all these cool things for you. All right. I made you this. I'm going to make you that thing over there, which I'm not even sure you want, but the community has decided you want. And you're just mean. Call me an ass. Who used to be 20. Hey. Akif. Akif? I don't know how to pronounce that. Excuse me. Goodness. They don't all have feet as hairy as mine, okay? Sprinkle man glitter on them toes. You look like Matt Damon. Thank you, Professor Adams. You're my new favorite person in chat. I appreciate you, buddy. Look at this. Look at this. Matt Damon lookalike. I could be a stunt double. I'm just saying. You're fucking Hobbit. Don't see it. Ouch, Papa. Right. Pretend I was like 10 years younger. All right. And then compare that image to the Bourne series of videos. Okay. You'll see the resemblance. All right. We've all agreed that Dan needs some sparkle in his life. You are not coming over here and throwing a handful of fucking glitter. All right. It's not happening. Every product I make will have a speckle of glitter on it for the next 50 years. That's also true. That's 100% true. The only reason she talked to me is because I looked like her favorite actor, Matt Damon. That's it. If you squint your eyes really tight, close them all the way, and it's even better. Right? Trying to run this racket. Yeah, close them. Damn. Like Uncle Phil. Uncle Phil used to get Matt Damon too. All right, I'll take it.
Real tight. He kind of looked like a human dick. Damn, you guys are rough tonight. Jesus. I don't know why I take this abuse. Jeez. Street away from me, Matt Damon. We're both pretty much the same person. I mean, you on fire. Right? I feel like Roos needs a muffin. Jesus. Calm his ass down. Steph is going to be mailing out single boxes, not through USPS, but through FedEx, single boxes of muffins to just half the country. I could use a muffin. Did get some Chicago deep dish today. Hell yeah. Extra sprinkles. Damon is my husband. You're not the same person. You don't know me. All right. Have you ever seen me and Matt Damon in the same place? I didn't think so. Okay. I might be Matt Damon. You don't know. If you shave the beard, not going to happen. I have perfected the beard trim, so I don't have to shave it all off. I look like a 12-year-old boy if I shave my beard. My husband's Post Malone. He just hasn't met me yet. Hey, Tyler. How you doing, buddy? Appreciate you coming. Hanging out with us during our our sip and chill time. You know what? Maybe you're right, Papa. Maybe Atlas doesn't like my beard. That's why he quit talking to me. I gave him access to my webcam, and he was like, "No, this motherfucker, we're not doing this." Then he went silent. Right, Robert? I used to trim, right? And I'd make it like kind of short, going for the scruff look. He's pretty Malone. Excuse me. I'd go for the scruff look, or I would just be trying to trim it a little shorter and mess up and have to go further. I look like a 12-year-old boy. It's ridiculous. Last time I shaved was probably 13 years ago. Listen, I don't remember the last time. Steph probably knows the last time I shaved. Steph, when was the last time I shaved? Like shaved. What are you drinking? Pop? Diet Coke? Diet Pepsi? Which one has a silver can? Don't they both have silver cans? If I am Pre Malone. 2 years ago? When it says I look like Barney Rubble. Because I messed it up. Yeah. About 2 years ago, that makes sense. Because I did trim about half of it off here, 3 or 4 weeks ago. I trimmed half of the beard off. It was down to like here. Maybe. But it was all scraggly and gross looking. They both have silver cans. Yeah, pick your favorite. That's what I'm drinking. It's just, oh Lord. 3 weeks ago without permission. See, Steph marks this shit in her calendar because when I show up at her house looking like a whole different person, she gets upset. Beard butter, good stuff. It is. Any farts lately? Well, see, when I walk outside to water the grass, I leave my hat in here. And that is usually when I go do that. So flip your beard over your head for the reverse thing look. Lord. I I have multiple kinds of beard oil and beard wax, I think it's called. Um but I have been told that my board butter works really well as beard butter. I'm thinking about opening a new product line. Okay. Same product, different uses, but I think for the beard butter, I got to charge $4 more. I think that's the way it works. Like, your beard's getting long. Good for you, Tyler. Good for you. I know some people on here, they got a beard down to like here. Also, I'm dribbling on my belly. All those muffins. Beard butter. I can use the same butter on my wood as I'm using on my face. Fuck you, Bex, for saying that. Hey, we don't talk about the muffin guy, okay? I got a girl to cook for me. I just have to do things for her. I feel like I'm in my gut phase. All right. We coming out my candle. Hooverderm. Steph is gonna make me get some just for men. Because she's tired of hearing me complain about how much gray hairs the Stex gives me. Listen, you don't know, all right? You guys deal with the Stex 3 days a week, okay? Try dealing with the Stex 7 days a week. That will give you a gray hair. 100% behind it. Every waking hour. She needs to stop giving you the grades. Listen, just accept the grades. Chicks dig it. See, Steph. That's what I said. Chicks dig the salt and pepper. They like it. They like it. There's no way to style him. It's his own fault. Damn. Don't know who those chicks are, but a friend told me. Who the chicks are that like the grays? Yeah, I haven't met them yet either. Steph was talking earlier. You guys weren't in here. She was talking earlier about her and Bex were talking about having a random pop-up visit and doing a just for men title on the video, which I think would get a lot of views. Excuse me. Goodness. Whew. A lot of views for all the wrong reasons. Which reminds me, on Tuesday, I'm going to label my Snapchat Elegant Woodcraft does just for men, and we're going to see what happens. His beard's going to be black. Yeah, there'll be a very vivid difference between now and the next live, or not the next live, but there'll be a very different a very vivid difference between this beard and the next one. During one of these sets of streams, Dan does Dallas. Now I have to get Snapchat. You don't want Snapchat for the stacks, Baba. Oh God, I swear you don't want Snapchat for the stacks. It's either going to be blonde, like white blonde, like white, or black as sin. There is going to be no in between. It's going to be one of those two. Either white, like gray white, blue white, or black. You did that yourself. Don't you start with me, Bex. All right. Glitter beard is not for the weak. Speaking from experience. Well, Roots, if they ever ambush me here, I have a feeling there's going to be a whole lot of not my choice involved. So, does that make me strong or weak? Matching my hair color till I gave them the idea. My hair color is gray. All right. It matches my hair color. You won't know for a good minute or so. Fuck you, Roots. Why are you trying to screw me over like this? All right. I thought we were boys here. Fucking Robert over here trying to start some shit. I see how it is. But if you dye it all orange, well, can it be this orange so that I can match the rigid color? Which, by the way, I didn't know this matched that. Like, I kind of like this. I need the entertainment. Fucking hell! Why do I have to be your entertainment? All right. Where do you live? Can we send the stacks to you to create the entertainment? Rainbow. Oh, Lord, Papa. All right. I gotta step outside. Then I'm gonna finish this drink, and we're probably gonna have to hop off for the night. All right. Can be camouflaged during the lives. You like that bandsaw so much, he was like, you know what? I'm building my entire brand around this saw. Send them here with muffins. I need bubble guts. No, Tyler, because I'm not 12. All right. I'll be right back. Also, in regards to the bubble guts issue, I'm not 12. So if I was going to shat myself, I would cough like a gentleman. All right. Just a shirt. That's a long one. Hey, Mrs. S, how you doing? Yo. New oak cabinets in the shop today and a new countertop. Nice, new roots. Yeah, it's that time. Being the entertainment is fun. Well, see, now you don't get to not just show up. Here's the thing, Stex, the both of you. Once you have become a staple in the community, you can't just not show up one day. People will start asking questions. All right. Went to see Bigfoot. Getting sleepy. I got spaghetti, leftover spaghettis to heat up. It's going to be my dinner tonight. 3 of the 4 walls painted. Stain the cabinets tomorrow. Didn't you say they were oak? Why are you staining the cabinetry if it's oak? Hmm. 1 week makeover. Listen, are you trying to rub that in? Yeah, they'll all be blaming me if you two don't show up one day. Next week we might be there. Fuck off. You guys will be here every day. Won't be asking me because I won't be there. Pizza and hard cook eggs. Hell yeah, Tyler. All right, Papa. Have a good night, buddy. We'll be hopping off here momentarily because I got to go eat dinner and then go to bed because I have to work the day job tomorrow, which sucks. But also I enjoy it. So, I might not be. You fucking lie. You lying liar who lies a lot. You will definitely be in the live stream, even if you're in Michigan. Hey, what up, William? How you doing, buddy? Cheers, man. That aren't nice oak, just oak. All right, that's fair. That's fair. Might as well blend the two together. My pants are not on fire. Are you sure? Are you 100% sure your pants are not on fire? I'll think of you while I'm home. Think of me while you shout. You like hard cooked eggs? Hell yeah, I like hard boiled eggs. Ain't nothing wrong with hard boiled eggs. Nice, Shooks. I appreciate you, buddy. Thanks, man. You guys be wearing pants for them to be on fire. Yeah, you got to be wearing pants for them to be on fire. Said it was done a while ago. So did I. And yet, every time I say I'm done, chat pops off and I crack open another Diet Pepsi, Coke, whatever. Can't have deviled egg. Deviled eggs are my jam. All right. I love me some deviled eggs. Love me some deviled eggs. You know what else is good? Red beet eggs. If you haven't tried red beet eggs, I don't know what's holding you up here. Steph does rarely wear pants. In her defense, she wears dresses. So almost the same thing. Roots, he just never wears pants, period. You just you just don't get to see him from the waist down. Get scary in the shop. A quarter inch really gets you, eh? Dresses, you don't have to match these two things. Yeah. See? See? At the work table in my shop. Hey, I'm not going to judge somebody, okay? There's been quite a few times this past summer that I have been out here wondering if I took my pants off, would anybody know? Why are both lights on my mic thing? That's weird. Don't It does get toasty out here. Does get toasty out here. It's like a whole thing. Trying to keep the boys cool. Thought I saw another bee. We would know. Would you know? Would you? Maybe if I sent you a Snapchat, like in my boxers, like, like t-shirt, boxers, and I stood on that side of the table and never came to this side. But it is 10:23. I'm gonna call it a night. You guys are great. I appreciate y'all coming and hanging out, shooting the breeze with me. We got 87 likes tonight. That is awesome. We didn't finish that tonight. We did that before, off camera. It's whatever. We did get a good chunk done on this tonight, so I feel like it was a successful night. We got to shoot the breeze with you folks for a while. All right, man. I will talk to y'all on Tuesday. I'll be back Tuesday. Have a great night, guys.